Determined to champion a new era of climate action, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia announced the Saudi Green Initiative with a clear roadmap to a green future. Words won't get us there. Ambitious science-based action at scale will. The upside is huge, a future for our planet. Today, by being here, we are demonstrating willingness to work together. Because this is not a one-country problem. Heads of state and government, business leaders and investors, international institutions and young people. We're not passing the buck. We're not passing the baton. We're all running together in the same direction, supporting each other, unlocking collective energy, and keeping our promises. Today, tomorrow, and every single day yet to come. Welcome to the inaugural Saudi Green Initiative Forum.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all of you. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear virtual friends, I want to welcome you all to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and I want to welcome you all to the Saudi Green Initiative. Now we're here, I think, yes, welcome to every one of you. And it's so lovely to see so many familiar faces here and some new faces. We have a lot to do in the next day. Now, I like to think we're here to look at the future. We're here to continue a very important dialogue, but more importantly, we're here to launch a fresh vision in terms of climate action, environmental vision, and planet protection for Saudi Arabia and beyond. Now, in the coming hours, leading experts from around the world will join government officials, energy visionaries, and corporate leaders from the Kingdom to help lay out the groundwork for the opportunities ahead. We're delighted so many of you are here with us in person, and also we're so encouraged by so many people who have joined us from around the world online. Our hashtag is Saudi Green Initiative, so make sure you all stay connected and make sure you all stay in touch with us throughout the day. But first, a welcoming address from His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Crown Prince and the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
المشاركون والضيوف الكرام السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية بإطلاق النسخة الافتتاحية لمنتدى المبادرة السعودية الخضراء، والذي نعلن فيه عن خارطة طريق المملكة العربية السعودية لحماية البيئة ومواجهة تغيير المناخ. وسيعقد بشكل سنوي لإطلاق مبادرات البيئية ومتابعة أثر مبادرات تم الإعلان عنها سابقا. في بداية النسخة الافتتاحية لهذا المنتدى نعلن لكم اليوم الحزمة الأولى من المبادرات التي تساهم في تحقيق مستهدفات هذه المبادرة والحد من الانبعاثات
set of initiatives and programs that will contribute to achieving the targets of the Saudi Green Initiative in reducing emissions and protecting the environment. For reducing emissions, I am pleased to launch the initiative in the energy sector that will reduce carbon emissions by 278 million tons annually by 2030, thus voluntarily more than doubling the target announced estimated at 130 million tons annually. This initiative aims to modify the kingdom's energy mix rationing and increasing the efficiency of energy producing and use and investing in new energy resources including hydrogen. We also announced the kingdom's accession to the global methane pledge, which aims to reduce methane emissions globally by 30%. In addition, today a number of subsidies in the public investments fund will announce several initiatives that contribute to this endeavor. As for protecting the environment, we have previously announced the target of
planting 10 billion trees throughout the kingdom, which represent 1% of the global target of planting trees. We also announced raising the percentage protected to 30% of the kingdom's total raising our belief that confronting climate change is not only limited to reducing emissions, but also protecting and enhancing the environment. And today we announced starting the implementation of the first phase of the afforestation initiative by planting more than 450 million trees, 450 trees, in addition to rehabilitating 8 million hectares of degraded lands and allocating new protecting areas, thus bringing the total protected areas in the kingdom to more than 20% of its total area. We also intend to transform Riyadh into one of the most sustainable cities in the world. Now, the set of solutions that will be addressed later today, additionally projects and initiatives to achieve the target we have set forth will be announced annually in accordance with the technical studies being conducted in this regard. Recognizing the importance of promoting joint international action, we announced today the Kingdom's intention to join the Global Oceans Atlantic to align the alliance of to eliminate the plastic waste in the oceans and beaches, the support for climate change action agreement, in addition to establishing the Global Center for Sustainable Tourism and establishing non-profit foundation to explore seas and oceans. And because our planning goals and ambitions are not limited to the next 10 years, I announced today that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia aims to reach the net zero in the year 2060 throughout the carbon circular economy approach in line with the development plans and combining its own development diversification accordance with the dynamic baseline while preserving and reinforcing the Kingdom's leading role in security, stability of the global energy markets and availability of majority of required technologies to manage and reduce emissions. This first. In conclusion, I look forward to the Middle East Green Initiative Summit, which will, of course, for the day tomorrow aim to centralizing and coordinating efforts among the
50 مليار شجرة في المنطقة وتخفيض الانبعاثات الكربونية بأكثر من 10%
planting 50 billion trees in the region, reducing carbon emissions in the region by more than 10%. Distinguished audience, I thank you so much for your attendance. Wish you every success in today's forum and tomorrow's Zulfa. Invite you officials and experts participating in this forum to elaborate further on the more than 60 initiatives that we are launching today. Thank you so much.
Shukran, and our dear thanks to His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, making a very passionate and indeed a very personal commitment, I think, there to really to lead the kingdom to net zero by 2060. Now let's continue this conversation as we really look closer at the Saudi Green Initiative, a turning point for the kingdom on the path to transformation. And I'd now like to welcome His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy from Saudi Arabia, to the stage. Please welcome Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud. And joining him, I'd like to welcome the Secretary General and the CEO of the World Energy Council, Dr. Angela Wilkinson. And the President and the CEO of the Atlantic Council, Fred Kemp.
Well, seldom one feels not only proud of the friendships that we see around us today, this morning, but also seldom to see us gathering here as Saudis, celebrating a change, a dramatic change. A dramatic change that is brought by our leaders, specifically a younger leader who is leading all the youngsters, and in that matter, all the young, imaginative aspirations and goals for what not Saudi Arabia today, but what Saudi Arabia would be in the future. It's the beholding of today's matter to change it and to move it forward to a better future that will be led by this generation and the generations to come. So whatever you see today in Saudi Arabia, whatever you see tomorrow in Saudi Arabia, is not the work of myself or my generation or the generation that just preceded me or the generation that just came after me. I am empowered by a young leader who has the vision, and he is the owner of that vision, Vision 2330. But the empowerment has spread in Saudi Arabia to the many youngsters that you saw in the gallery and the many youngsters that are working the day and night, delivering not for my future, but for their own future. And I'm proud to say in Saudi Arabia, it is not the men of Saudi Arabia, but actually it's the women and men of Saudi Arabia that will deliver the future that we all are aspiring for all of our children and the children of our children to live. And what you see and what you will be seeing today and what you will be seeing in Monday is only a prelude of what kind of a vision we would have that will enable us to build the bridges between sustainability, economic diversity, economic growth, and the enhancement of the well-being of Saudi Arabia. I talk to you with no written script, as you see. It is my joy, it is my pride, it is my pride of belonging to this country, to this nation, and to the people of this nation. So, without much ado, in the work we have done in delivering these initiatives, we worked with hundreds of young Saudis, girls and boys, trying to live up to the expectations of the world, yet maintaining our credentials of being an honest people. And honest people would only make a pledge of what they can deliver. But if they can deliver beyond what they pledge, it will be something to celebrate. So what you hear His Highness speaking about is a pledge, is an aspiration, it's an aim to enable us to say to the world, yes, we are with you, we share the same concern, we want to evolve and want to move. But actually, in many of these initiatives, we want to set ourselves as an example for others. So to name few, if you permit me, I would like to just go through the details of the initiatives, and then you could chew me, you could question me, you could whatever. I'm supported with a thorough, detailed analysis done again by the many hundreds of people that worked on these things. To start with, the NDC. The NDC, as many of you know, is something that it's not a prerequisite for us as Saudi Arabia and many other countries. It is more to do with the Annex 1 countries in accordance to the Paris Agreement. However, for wanting to showcase that we are confident enough of what we could deliver, we've decided to issue our NDC this year, commensurate with COP26. It is something that we could deliver, and it is something that we are proud that we will be delivering. The 278 million tons, as His Highness was saying, will be done with CCE in mind, and you have to understand, as you have seen in the gallery, our ecosystem, our energy, our environmental system, our agricultural system is all linked to the CCE, because the CCE enable us to see through the 4 R's prism as something that we could do comprehensively. This represents the 278, 35% reduction from the projected business as usual scenario by 2030, ranging between 741 and 849, and I'll come to that. But it's actually more than double of our previous NDC goal of 130 million tons. More than 40% of the 2019 footprint, which is 660. It is not contingent on any type of grant, finances, or loans. It's more dependent on the evolution of technologies and the evolution of collective, cooperative work of how do we develop and mobilize technologies. And it is built on the notion of innovation, planning, and projects. And also, we're working and we are waiting anxiously when we are in COP26 that we sort out what will happen to Article 6, where we will be able to domesticate carbon credit and offset schemes to exchange credits among local industries and entities. The scenarios that I've described, just a result of the scenarios I've described a while ago, emanates from the Paris Agreement and how we have discussed our NDC to enable us to have, it is more or less based on a dynamic scenario, as the Zionist was mentioning, approach, which is consistent with the flexibility granted for developing countries in the Paris Agreement. The UNFCCC subsidiary body for implementing and reviewing the first NDC submissions, and also the UN organizations acknowledge and define dynamic baselines. And the first NDC was issued in that basis. The dynamic scenario are based on ability of the kingdom to grow and diversify its economy, primarily focused on export revenues. The kingdom economic growth is driven by export of its energy sources, no state secret about it. Then it will contribute to the meeting of the NDC. That is, if our exports are maintained, our ability to reduce our NDC will be happening. And unfortunately, if the reversal happens, however, if economic growth is dampened due to lower global demand of oil, or the inability to export, it might entail further utilization domestically of our energy sources to fuel the domestic expansion of industries, thereby affecting the Kingdom's ability to reduce its emissions. Keeping in mind that the Kingdom is not seeking financial, again, support toward achieving this NDC, and it will use the best suited technologies to do so. How to achieve the NDC? It's going to be on contribution achieved by committed actions and projects in the Saudi Green Initiative using the CCE approach, as I said, which has a clear structure, governance, milestone to ensure its implementation. In fact, we will be issuing our CCE strategy, which will really give us that direction and put together the KPIs and put together the milestones, and we will all, as a country, will be accountable for it. But to name few, renewable energy, it is amazingly enough that we realize that we can shift our energy mix whereby we will be using 50% in empowering our power sector and all utilities, that 50% of it will be done on renewable, and the other 50 will be the development of more gas. That 50-50 will be a major component in the reduction of emissions that we have talked about. Why we are doing that? Very simple. We are proud Saudi, whereby we have the record, the achieved record of reducing our costs in producing renewable, a record that was also set by our national champion, Aqua, which is a 1 cent, 0.04 by kilowatt hour. That record, I think, will be there for quite some time. But indeed, we have even the ability to hope for even additional records to come, because the ecosystem that we've developed for incubating more investment in renewable is an incubator that allows for serious competition, and may the better win all. Achieving the world's largest renewable records is not just only that we are aspiring for. We have had a successful energy efficiency program. It's been there for about more than 10 years, 11 years now. So far, we reduced, by our own calculation, and we stand to allow people to come and check it, we've reduced 48 million tons of annual CO2 as a result of just the efficiency program so far. Plan to further reduce more than 90 million tons annually. Focus in 3 sectors: industry, transportation, and building, simply because these 3 sectors constitute 90% of our energy intake. Keeping key focus areas is handling cement industry, steel, petrochemical, cooling and building, and transport fuel efficiency. Not a lot of people would know that we have something we call it Saudi Cafe, which goes hand in hand to what US Cafe standard. And indeed, if the US Cafe standard changes, we will change ours, because we will be changing it within the next couple of years. We are also regulating environmental policy and standard as an enabler to push towards more efficiency. We are working on the digitalization system, and we have a record to showcase. In February 2020, we launched our smart meter program, just at the beginning of COVID. Not a lot of people would know or do know that in the midst of all the lockdowns, the most serious part of the lockdowns, we were plugging 127,000 smart meters a day in this country. So actually, the whole project was concluded by the date of 30th of March 2021, not a day delay. And more important, I compared that with some of our colleagues and friends in Europe. Saudi Arabia, no client that uses electricity in Saudi Arabia that hasn't got a smart meter, with the exception of only 1,500 customers. In Europe, you still have so many clients that do not have that smart meter. However, we can be proud to say that smart meter will have so many applications. And it is tied to our telecommunication system to enable that any additional apps that may come, the consumer will be able, even as far as managing his own system within the house, to ensure that that efficiency is within his reach and he can control it himself. Large-scale retrofitting project and driving energy saving across all government assets. We have a company called Tershid. It is now managing and will be working more on 250,000 government buildings. Again, not a lot of people would know or do know that all street lamps and bulbs in Saudi Arabia have been changed to efficient lights, LEDs, and more so, we look forward for additional work on that program. As I said, it will hopefully achieve us another 90 million ton. Now, the net zero. The net zero is 2060. But again, I would remind you of this is a business as usual scenario. We're aiming to do the 2060. However, with the same NDC scenarios, this can be achieved even before, subject to the conditionalities as I described on how our diversity program will evolve, how much oil and gas will be exported, and liquid gases I mean, and how much we will be internalizing it as a result of what may happen to the world oil markets and what have you. But subject to that, we have used this flexibility. So it could be ahead of 2060, it could be just after 2060, and it all depends on this future to come. So it is based on the dynamic baseline as we have discussed in the NDC. We certainly would like to continue the sustainable economic growth and the diversification of the kingdom as a more meaningful way to even enable us and not inhibit us from achieving that aim. Taking into account maturity and availability of necessary technology to manage emissions. Again, I have to emphasize, in all our endeavors, we're not seeking grant, we're not seeking finance, we're not seeking any monetary support. What we are seeking, and you will see on Monday, His Highness has some other initiatives, because we would like to keep you more excited. Indeed, we will keep the world more excited as we go on evolving. But we believe that carbon capture, utilization and storage, direct air capture, hydrogen and low carbon fuel are the things that will develop the necessary ingredients to really make sure that this effort will be inclusive, because inclusivity is important, and also which will enable us to focus on all greenhouse gases of all sectors and enable people, as this technology evolves, making it available for those who can afford it and those who cannot afford it, will help to mitigate emissions in the broader sense of the word emissions. And if you take the 4 R's, and I will let my friend and colleague, Minister of Environment, will talk about the 4th R, which is remove, you will begin to see that we are talking about a holistic approach, a technological approach, and it's not based on narrow narratives or condescending top-bottom approaches, or being too selective about what gas you may want to get rid of and what gas you may live with. And I'll have another thing here just to showcase for you how diverse our ambition is. But in all, international cooperation in research, in developing these technologies, and more important, in deploying these technologies has to happen. And we have something up our sleeves on Monday to hopefully suggest. Sorry for taking that much time. Why 2060? Primarily because we are as serious as you may hopefully consider us are. We know, and it's in accordance to the latest IPCC report, which says that most of these technologies may not mature before 2040. So if we are relying on this scientific subsidiary body, whom we all honor and accept what they submit, and if they say that these technologies will only mature by 2040, we need to have that time and that space to allow us to do things properly. And again, we have to do it properly, yet make sure that we don't lose sight of our economic well-being, because if you impact negatively your economic well-being, you are actually impacting the well-being of the people within that sector and within that economy. Which also, the 2060, will enable us to have a smooth and viable transition without risking economic or social impacts. Here you go. Again, climate finance. The kingdom, as I said, is not seeking any finance from anybody. The kingdom will support regional initiative projects through the Middle East Green Initiative, which goes well with the Paris Agreement, with the notion of South to South cooperation. We will be supporting the creation of vehicles to assess and advance climate action in developing countries. And you will see something on Monday. But we will use existing vehicles, but to name few, the Islamic Development Bank, OPEC Fund, Saudi Development Fund, and there are many. And you will see on Monday some more suggestions in that regard. Now, last but not least, we do have, and I know Amin is here, and he will be giggly and jumpy when I repeat that, but it's something that we are a holder of a proud thing that we are a holder of, which is methane reduction. I was called upon, and I reached out to His Highness Crown Prince on the idea of joining the Global Methane Pledge to reduce global methane emissions by about 30% relative to the current 2020. And I was full of joy, but I must confess that I contained it. It was actually John Kerry who did ask me to do so. So I confined it to myself, but I reached out to His Highness. I said, hallelujah, we have a blessing in disguise. And he said, what do you mean? I said, we can stand to commit to this yesterday. Because actually, we being in that initiative, we will be more than helpful to showcase what Saudi Arabia did in methane emission reduction, not what we will be doing. And to name something which we will have a challenge with, which is our friend the Norwegians, but we really compete head to head on who has the lower rate of emissions. We hold a number which is a 0.06 in terms of intensity, methane intensity. I think sometimes our friends from Norway beat us, and sometimes we beat them. But I got a commitment from Amin that give us a year or two, and our friend, the Vikings, would not be happy with us. But, so what we have is actually when we participate, which is, by the way, we will be participating, because we would like to showcase our experience, what we did, how we did it, and how it became a source of growth for our economy. We have huge 2 industrial cities in the name of Jubail and Yamber. They came way much better and way much earlier. It was done in the 70s when we managed to break and crack and take away the associated gas, frack it or crack it, and make all of these things. We had created electricity from methane, desalination from methane, and then the entire petrochemical industry, which created these 2 cities, and they are live and will continue to be spreading and being enlarged. So actually, capturing methane and making use of it is not just only a mitigation issue for emission, which is, methane is one of the probably worst gases that are being emitted, but it has a huge economic value, and it could be a source of a good diversification program. It just so happened we were lucky to notice it in the 70s, and that's why we'll be doing more. Even in our energy mix, we will be in Jafurah, we will be producing so many liquid gases and ethane, and it would be a propeller for a more diversity in this sector. What is left for us is something that we have a commitment towards. The Minister of Environment can talk to you about what we will be doing in terms of diverting from landfill to recycling and waste to energy. We have a commitment, and just to give you an example, in Riyadh, by 2030, we will clear out 94% of what these so-called landfills are producing. So, and also, we will try to do something when it comes to waste to water treatment. That's what we have. Look forward. I'm sure I took so much time. So please, if you have anything to ask me, please do.
Thank you so much. First, Your Royal Highness, congratulations on this landmark announcement. I think if even a couple of years ago you would have told me I would be sitting here with my colleague hearing Saudi net zero commitment, I might have taken a bet against that. And so this is truly a landmark announcement. I think what the world will be watching for is, will this landmark announcement become a landmark execution?
And so what is your answer to the skeptics you're going to hear in the coming hours, who either say this isn't enough to ramp down the fossil fuel production or that it can't be achieved? And I would add to that, as world leaders gather for COP26 next month, they're going to be doing so in the teeth of the first energy crisis of the green era. How do you square demands from countries, and sometimes it's the same country, asking you to balance markets by producing more oil, while also asking you to reduce your emissions?
I like the latter part of your intuitive question. I don't know, but what I know is that the world needs everything. We need all sorts of energies. If the world wants to, and I would repeat that, I've been repeating that, and I would repeat it if the world requires to attend to climate change, we need to mitigate all gases that contribute to climate change, and we have to look at all sectors, and we have to look at all solutions. We have to focus on which of these solutions, or solutions in the plural sense, that would deliver us an energy system that will enable us to transit into a future which is a future that we all, I think, are in agreement that we have to reduce emissions. There is no doubt in my mind, and nobody should have any doubt in my mind, that this young generation, permit me if I personalize it, I have a son who will quarrel with me for hours about what we are doing in terms of emission reduction. And my son is not the only son here. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of girls and boys who are having the same aspiration. They have the same thinking on we need a clean future. And we always say amen, but it is all about the devil is in the detail. Are we after clean energy? And if it is, yes, we can make gas clean. That's why you had this methane initiative. That's why we are talking about carbon sequestration. That's why we're talking air capture. That's why we have created this CCE. CCE will, if we can get everybody to congregate, and we should, because the G20 endorsed it, and we'll be endorsing it hopefully in Italy. Look at the CCE. This is a country that is setting itself as Saudi Arabia, and we would love to be the exemplary on that, on how you can do all of the above, getting rid of all the greenhouse gases, yet maintaining your economic growth, but you have not become facetious on what source of energy you use. And we are using all of the above. I was a proud person to be engaged in the Sira week, and I said, funny enough, Saudi Arabia is an oil producer, is a gas producer, is a shale gas producer, is wind producer, solar producer, will be hydrogen producer. And again, we have a huge, I forgot to mention, we have a huge ambition when it comes to hydrogen. In hydrogen specifically, both green and blue, we're putting our money where our mouths are. We're getting 29 million tons, I think, by 2030, if my memory, somehow I slipped it here, and somewhere around 40 million tons, somewhere in 35, if I'm not mistaken. Show me any country that will produce that.
Your Royal Highness, let me add my congratulations. I hear huge ambition. I hear holistic. This isn't just about energy, it's the entire economy ecosystem. I heard net zero by 2060, and a lot of reasons why you don't think you can go further faster than that. I heard a doubling of the NDC, and I heard about 2 dynamic policy scenarios. And I want to dig a little bit into those because they have huge assumptions underpinning them. The first assumption is around the circular carbon economy pathway, and the second is about extending the 4 Rs into other greenhouse gases. That's what I'm hearing. And then I heard this other statement that you're relying on innovation and cooperation, but not investment from anyone else, right? And that this is self-funded. So let me ask, first of all, how these assumptions around circular carbon economy depend on technology cooperation. I see a lot of signals in the world at large around difficulties in technology cooperation. So are you really confident that we are moving into a new era of international technology cooperation?
Well, I have to be, because it will be the cheapest way to get us that transition. If you have a level-headed discussion that it's only pure economics and pure technical without any biasnesses, look at the solutions that are available today and look at the trajectory of the cost, and you will see that the world cannot operate without hydrocarbon, without fossil fuels, without renewables, and without something to do with intermittence, and without none of those things will be the rescuer. None of these things will be the saver. It has to be a comprehensive solution. And therefore, if we are congregating on COP26 with a view that we need to be inclusive, inclusivity requires also that you are to be open to accept what everybody is going to do as long as he contributes to emission reduction. No one should be too facetious about what tool in the kits that everybody would have, because the tool in your kit is completely different than mine. But if your tools in your kit and mine deliver us emission reductions, that's the ask and that's the objective.
Your Royal Highness, how can this announcement and the steps the Kingdom's taking chart a path for other producers, particularly those in the Middle East? You hinted at meetings here on Middle East Initiative. Are we going to see a shift with the UAE having done net zero and now Saudi Arabia? Do you feel that this will chart a path for other producing countries and companies?
Well, I honestly believe that we could share our experience. We are working with so many of our friends here. I know our friend from the Iraqi minister somewhere here. We're working with them today. Tomorrow we'll be signing agreements on doing things on renewable, doing things on gas, doing things. They're doing a brilliant job on how to capture methane. We're sharing with them experiences. We will be sharing through the Middle East Initiative. That's why we have created this Middle East Initiative, because we strongly believe, and we are not, and permit me not to, just to clarify, we're not here as condescenders sharing our thoughts no. We believe, and His Highness believe, that the Middle East Initiative is to become the incubator of collective efforts with funding that we will be contributing to. And we will be seeking those who believe in collective solutions to come and contribute, because at the end of the day, somebody will have to spend, but spend properly on things that would deliver us. And you will see it on Monday. But yes, we are proud to be exemplary, and yes, we are proud to share our ideas and thoughts and experiences with our friends, because we really believe that they have the same ambition. His Excellency is here, Minister of Iraq, he will tell you that we've shared our thoughts and ways and means, and we are working with them because, again, the case we have is as similar to the case for Iraq, is as similar as the case for our friend in Brazil, and many in Azerbaijan, and they will in Kuwait, and you, of course, UAE. Sultana and I, we share lots of things. Masdar is operating with us. We're working together in so many things. And this is the kind of thing that will deliver us.
Your Royal Highness, it's a lot of balls to juggle. Technology, cooperation, regional initiatives. You've also talked with passion, as usual, about the people side of things. Your army of analysts, the young talent and the professional cadre in Saudi. No technology transition comes without societal disruption and transformation. Mm-hmm. So how a remarkable achievement in putting in 127,000 smart meters during COVID, I heard that. How is society going to be involved, and what behavior change assumptions are built in to this ambition?
Let me put it in reverse order. The youngsters are making we change behavior. They're not waiting for us to change their behavior. Their behavior has changed. Unfortunately, we are the backpedalers. We are now changing our behavior to attend to their own future. This young generation that I see in Saudi Arabia is not waiting for us to formulate their own future. They're waiting for us to give them lending them maybe an experience support. If I were you, I would do this, I would do that. But eventually, they're taking their future in their hand. And with a number of young people, I see lots of them around here, they have truly the guts to tell me, if I were you, I wouldn't do that. But I take it with a great pleasure, because I know that they've got into that level of confidence that I could call them colleagues, and I have to take their opinion. And I had to install that system of a bottom-up approach to enable them to make that decision and to make them to take the call. And quite honestly, sometimes they would blunder me with some few ideas that it never come across my mind.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. I'm sure Fred and I would have a million more questions and could spend all day discussing and drilling down into the detail. But we're going to follow and watch you as you progress these ambitions, and I'm sure we look forward to whether the rest of the world is ready for the Saudi Green Initiative, because it requires a lot of cooperation. There's a lot of assumptions about what other countries need to do also in achieving this ambition. Thank you.
But we're familiar with shock and awe. All what I'm asking people, don't trust me. Trust the millions of young girls and boys, Saudis, who are determined to make their own future more comparative to your future or to the future of your own generations. Thank you.
And Your Royal Highness, I hope you'll keep your seat. It's been wonderful conducting this conversation with you. We're going to turn to our next panel discussion covering the strategies of Mideast countries for decarbonizing, potential outcomes for COP26, and how Mideast countries can work together to advance decarbonization. And while my colleague leaves the stage and while the next panelists come up to the stage and we change some seats here, I think that's the way it's going to happen, I'll introduce the next panelist. So thank you very much. So joining His Royal Highness, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al Jaber, UAE Special Envoy for Climate Change and Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology, Marco Alvera, Chief Executive Officer of SNAM, Patricia Espinosa, the Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, will join us virtually. And so I think we're going to take we're just going to have some chair changes here, if I'm not mistaken.
Sultan. How are we doing?
So again, we're going to get started. And let me introduce the speakers again. Joining His Royal Highness, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al Jaber to my right, the UAE Special Envoy for Climate Change and Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology. Marco Alvera, the Chief Executive Officer of SNAM, and at the end, and I think Patricia Espinosa, the Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, will join us virtually. So Dr. Sultan, Mr. Alvera, and Secretary Espinosa, before posing some broader questions, I'd actually like to get your reaction to this landmark announcement. And I'll start with you, Dr. Sultan. The UAE, I think 2 weeks ago, made its net zero announcement. So what's your reaction to what you've just heard? But most of all, what opportunities do you see in the Saudi announcement? In general terms, but also UAE Saudi.
Well, thank you, Fred. Allow me first to start by highly commending the kingdom, its leadership, and at the same time congratulating the people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and in particular the youth of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for such a landmark, bold, long-term strategic initiative. If anyone can pull this off, it is the weight and the depth and the strength of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that will help enable the world seriously and in a progressive manner address the threats of climate change in a real, true, practical manner. So as such, I congratulate you, Your Royal Highness, for such a long-term strategic initiative. It is, in my view, a paradigm shift on how business is conducted. It is a true step change for the whole climate dialogue. And if, in short, I can comfortably say that this is just another example of how this region can help address global challenges by being real and genuine in their answer. At the same time, the UAE took such a bold step change by announcing its long-term strategic initiative to achieve net zero by 2050. And that is very much inspired by the vision of the wise leadership in the United Arab Emirates, and it goes hand in hand with our economic diversification plans, and at the same time, it is central to our 50-year plans. Again, through this announcement, which was only made a couple of weeks ago, the UAE is demonstrating a very unique capability in its ability to address global challenges by being a true global citizen and through building bridges. It is simply an open invitation for the world to partner with the UAE and now with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to help address those gaps and build bridges and develop the necessary and so seriously required solutions to help progress the discussion for climate action. Again, I don't think I can say enough, but the fact that we all salute the leadership in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for such a landmark step change initiative, which I have no doubt will definitely help the progress we all aspire to achieve in the days ahead.
Dr. Sultan, those are powerful words. Paradigm shift, step change in the climate world. Thank you for that initial answer. Mr. Alvera, from a private sector perspective, what difference does this Saudi announcement make for you?
It makes a world of difference, because we were so impressed when we first met the team that His Royal Highness is referring to, the young team. We went back home to Italy and we invited, at the request of the ministry, 20 companies, where the ministry showcased to my colleagues the vision, the CCE, this liquid displacement, which is all about replacing the oil that can be exported with the gases and renewable gases. And myself and Snam and all my colleagues were so impressed about the boldness of the ambition, but also about the people and the ability to see through it and to execute it. And so all the conditions are here to really make this a success from the private sector point of view. And this is something that will change the balance of COP. This will be the most successful COP by far. We're approaching Glasgow with this additional net zero pledge. We will have more than 80% of emissions in countries that now have a commitment to net zero. And when you have a commitment, you have KPIs, you have a roadmap, you have execution ability. If you can't measure it, it's not going to happen. If you can have a path and KPIs, it's going to happen. And so I think the private sector is very excited about everything that's going on in the Middle East and in the Kingdom, with a lot of opportunity, because we need the flexibility and we need the dynamism that has been presented by His Royal Highness this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Alvera. I think that's a great transition to Secretary Espinosa. You also have powerful words, change the balance of COP, most successful COP so far. Do we have Secretary Espinosa on the line? I'm looking for a signal from someone.
Hello?
Oh, there you are, Secretary Espinosa. So let me pose a question for you. Your organization and the United Nations have played a key role in coordinating climate action. Many entities, even countries, have announced net zero goals. How does the Saudi announcement fit in? How important is today's announcement, and do you agree with Mr. Alvera that this is that you see a change in the balance of COP?
Well, this is certainly the kind of leadership that the world needs precisely at this time. And I want to commend His Royal Highness, the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for these very bold and courageous decisions that sent a powerful signal just a few days before we start the conference in Glasgow. Just a few months ago, I had the privilege of having a conversation with His Royal Highness and asking him to consider presenting nationally determined contributions. The importance of the nationally determined contributions is that they are the instrument under the Paris Agreement that allow us to assess how the world is moving forward in addressing the big challenge of climate change. As His Royal Highness was saying, this is the greatest challenge for humanity. The existence of humanity in this planet is at risk because of climate change. So the announcement today sends really a very, very powerful signal at the right moment. I'm very, very grateful for that. This is what we need. We need countries to come to COP with courageous decisions, bold decisions, with high level of ambition. And as our colleague, the CEO of SNAM was saying, we need to have the clarity of these pathways, of the deadlines that we establish. So I wholeheartedly commend and express my gratitude for this, that I understand for a country, a very important oil-producing country, is really a game-changing, history-changing, I would say, a decision.
Game-changing, history-changing. Thank you, Secretary Espinosa. Your Royal Highness, a new term was introduced into the energy vocabulary, the circular carbon economy. And I looked at Dr. Sultan. I heard this first a couple of years ago, a while ago, at a workshop that your own Saudi organization, CAPSARC, did with the Atlantic Council at our Global Energy Forum in Abu Dhabi. And it was endorsed by the G20 during the Saudi presidency. But what policies need to be made to make this reality? What exactly is this? And briefly, what is the circular carbon economy? What's the most important policy that would make it work?
Well, it's certainly both. It's evolution of technologies and an investment. And it's holistic because it talks about reduce, just to name few, efficiency. And you have to enumerate these things that you would need to do in terms of reducing, simply because what you're doing is to avoid waste. What we have been successful with in Saudi Arabia the last 10 years, and we will continue that, is that we are managing waste. I have to say also that price reform, standard change, helped us to mitigate this wasteful consumption. With regard to the other four, recycling, reuse, they are more or less investment opportunities. These are not handouts, these are not painful government programs, these are business opportunities. If the technologies are there, we would know that we would make sure that even every molecule of carbon can be put to a good use. And then the remove, the green initiative, a good chunk of it is about greening and managing water and managing how you would protect the environment, the environment from the corrosion of land and all of the above. But if you don't reach out to those four different things, through also, as I said, reduce is going from economically viable options on renewables, on fuel creation as hydrogen, There are things that you could use here, and there are things that you maintain here. But I fail to see, for example, how could you produce blue hydrogen without gas? When we know for a fact that blue hydrogen is at least from a technology point of view, is much more advanced, and while green is much more, really requires some serious work on technology. But there is one issue that I have to also emphasize: market. You know, green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, like LNGs. You have to create that market. You have to create from the, you know, our friend here can talk hours about that. How NGLs was created. It was a commitment by the producer all the way to the consumer, back to back, with the assurance that that material will be used, will be produced, will be shipped, and these ships and these would require certain technologies to allow it to happen. These were receiving end, again, to gasify it again, and the buyer to use it. If you look at the technology chain, and that was done in the 80s, I think. The economics were tough, the technologies were tough, and now look at it today. It's a going concern business. How did it happen? It didn't happen by government grants. It didn't happen by a research institution here or there. No, it's a holistic approach where private sector, governments, labs, applied research, they have to congregate and work together. How to do it? We have to create the right incubators, without which it would not click.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Since we're talking about markets, Dr. Sultan, I mentioned earlier to His Royal Highness the issue of the first energy shock of our green era. And the basket of the price basket of oil, gas, and coal since May is up 95%. There's been a 40% lower investment in fossil fuels since 2015. How concerned are you about the current crisis, and what are its drivers, and what does this tell us about the situation that we're in?
It's simple. In my view, I do actually think that the world has sleepwalked into the supply crunch. The reason why I say that is that there hasn't been a real moment where we took a step back for the whole world to reflect and really and deeply and truly understand what it means to go through an energy transition. A transition simply means a transition. It takes time. While we are all for the advancement of renewable energy, we're all very committed, and we're all adopting very aggressive, ambitious targets through a progressive, holistic approach in terms of advancing clean power, renewable energy, reducing our carbon emissions. We must come to terms with the realities on the ground. 80% of the total energy requirements today come from fossil fuel. 60% is well represented by oil and gas. We can't just come out of nowhere and all of a sudden speak about energy transition and completely ignore or underestimate the impact of oil and gas in helping meet global energy requirements. Now, what I am all for, and what we are all for in the United Arab Emirates, and we have clearly demonstrated a very unique value proposition on that front, is to always continue lowering our cost and lowering our carbon emissions. At the end of the day, the lowest carbon emitter and the lowest cost producer is going to be the last barrel standing. But this is going to take time, and we must accept the fact that an energy transition is simply a transition, and it's going to take time. So we need to be somewhat a bit mature and sober in carrying out this discussion. The world requires an energy mix. That is a given. No one can debate that. And we are fully supportive of that. And we are investing heavily in the advancement of this basket. Yet, we must also acknowledge the fact that in the past 7-8 years, we have seen a serious reduction in investments. The world has been under-investing in resources, and in particular, in the hydrocarbon business. And this is exactly what we're dealing with today. I think this is a big lesson learned. We need to shift gears. We need to go back to the drawing board while we accept the advancement of a very aggressive, ambitious approach towards a cleaner future supported by an energy mix. We must also include oil and gas, because that is going to be mainstream and it's going to be the spinal cord of our ability to meet the global energy requirements in the future.
Thank you for that excellent answer. Yes, please, Your Royal Highness.
Just to give you an example of how Saudi Arabia is becoming more efficient. So I want to share with my good friend Patricia that if she check her email or her staff email, we already send our NDC. Thank you.
I think that was worth your intervention. Mr. Alvera, His Royal Highness also spoke about energy. A long time ago in my office, you turned me on to the whole potential of hydrogen before others were writing about it. You have a book that's just come out, about to come out in the United States on this. What hope do you have from COP26? Could there be a leap in hydrogen potential? Is this being hyped too much? Or is there going to be a global hydrogen market, like as there is now a global oil or gas market?
So hype is always bad because it creates booms and busts, and so we need to be very cautious. There's still a lot of standards that need to be defined. We hope that at COP, first of all, we define what blue hydrogen means, because if you have blue hydrogen with little CO2 capture and a lot of methane leakage, it's very damaging hydrogen. So blue hydrogen has to be defined, has to be certified, so that the people who are really producing very low or no carbon and no methane leakage in the hydrogen can have a tradable market. Now, as His Royal Highness said, what happened in the natural gas industry is we were connecting very far away sources to markets. And if you think about a country like Germany, they have to get out of nuclear, they have to get out of coal, and they're rushing to get out of diesel, but they don't have a lot of sunlight. And so the only option they have to import the renewable energy is to source it from far away, whether it's blue hydrogen from the east or green and blue hydrogen from the Middle East and from the south, because that's really the only option to get the renewable energy into a country. And of course they have offshore wind as well. But the numbers that His Royal Highness shared with us, the 1.04 cents per kilowatt hour, the problem we have in energy is that we measure oil in barrels or tons, electricity in kilowatts, gas in cubic feet or cubic meters, and it's very hard to compare. But if you turn that 1 cent into hydrogen equivalent costs, you can get really cheap hydrogen delivered soon. But blue is a good option. We need to have CCS, and so hopefully at the COP we can start defining what blue is. And another thing that we should do at COP for the CCE is to get consumers involved. We were successful to get Amazon and IKEA to commit to net zero shipping as well, which will require ammonia, which will be produced here in the Middle East as well. But we need to get Amazon to start certifying net zero products. So that will create a big offset market that can trade some of the certificates here, and we need someone to certify the supply chain of products, because green steel is more expensive than black steel. But if you look at the price of a car made with green steel is only 1% more expensive. So part of the CCE will also be about producing steel where there are cheap renewable energies.
Thank you very much. So we only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to turn to Secretary Espinosa, then Dr. Sultan, and then I'll have His Royal Highness. And answering very briefly the following question: which is a lot of people in the world look at the COP26 summit coming up in a month and they don't really know what to watch. They don't really know what to care about. If you were looking at just one thing that's important to measure its success, what would that be? So let me turn to you, Secretary Espinosa, first, because we are in a situation where 80% of the world's reliance is on fossil fuels for energy still. So what needs to happen to accelerate? What are you looking for at COP26?
Well, let me first of all thank His Royal Highness for sending the NDC. In fact, yes, I have received it. It's in my inbox. So thank you very, very much and congratulations. This is really great news. Also, I want to say that I really regret not being there physically with all of you. I am heading to Glasgow tonight, so this is the reason why I could not be there. Now, to your question, what is it that people need to look for as a result of COP26? As we have heard today in very eloquent ways, we have no time. This transition needs to happen. So the big message that needs to come out of the conference is that the goals under the Paris Agreement are alive, that there is leadership, determination, and we have the solutions in order to get there. We won't be there yet in Glasgow. We will see still emissions being very far away from where science tells us we need to be, but we can make it. So the leadership that we are seeing today in the kingdom, in the Middle East, also by the example of the United Arab Emirates, hopefully will be followed by many, many other countries around the world.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Sultan, perhaps you can comment not just on COP26, but perhaps give us a sneak preview into COP28, the road to 28.
Well, thank you. Our approach is going to be as progressive as how inspired we've been in the UAE with our leadership's long-term vision. In my view, in order for us to have a successful COP26, and I have no doubt that we will, we need to answer the challenge and not challenge the answers. I mean, we all see the writing on the wall. We need COP26 to help shift the discussion to being practical, to being solution-oriented, to being determined towards providing a flexible way of conducting business. We cannot be stuck to the fact that this is a multilateral arrangement and we have to have a one-size-fits-all type of approach, because that won't work. That just won't work. We need to accept the fact that developing world and developing nations require a completely different set of policies and incentives. And again, remember, we cannot allow for climate action to become an economic burden, especially on developing nations. So we need to develop all kinds of instruments, whether it's solutions through economics, through finance, through smart finance, through technology, through incubation, through technical support, through advice, through policy, through regulation. It's just going to take a mindset that is progressive, that is open, that is inclusive, and that is going to ensure that the economics stays central in this whole discussion.
Dr. Sultan, thank you for that answer. The challenge, not challenge, the answers. Your Royal Highness, quite appropriately on this day, you have the final word. What are you looking for next month at COP26?
Don't have the final word. The final word would be the testament of the proof, as the British, the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding will be proved, because I want to emphasize something which probably my mistake that I did not emphasize. This is not an initiative that will be held today and it will be out of our way. The Crown Prince himself, Prince Mohammed, is so committed to this initiative. be it the Saudi Green Initiative or the Middle East Initiative. In fact, he's formulating a foundation, and this event will be held every single year, hopefully in perpetuity. What that does say, it says we want to be held accountable, but also we want to make sure that others are to be held accountable for what they commit themselves to. There is no question in my mind that if we are doing this event for so-called any PR stunt, we would not have committed ourselves or himself to commit that this event will be held on a yearly basis, and as I said, with a foundation to enable it to continue. I believe, as Sultan was saying, as a final remark, I think there is, human ingenuity is vast, and collective work would enable us, actually not inhibit us. There are three things that we need to be attentive to. Energy security, and I emphasize the word again and again, energy security. Sustainable economic growth and sustainable prosperity, because we have billions of people that are still awaiting their chance, fair chance, to grow and prosper and have the gadgets and the IT and the ability to even cook their food using clean fuels and move to the ladder of strata of development. And the third is, yes, attending to the serious issue of climate change. We cannot and should not compromise one for the other two, or two for the other one. I believe that there is, if people can put their heads together, work together, commit themselves to this noble three pillars, that there will always be a room that we can have the three wins. We don't compromise energy security. We don't compromise economic well-being and economic growth and prosperity. And yes, we attend to climate change. And yes, we can manage to get rid of all emissions that disturb climate change.
Your Royal Highness, that's a perfect note to end on. Energy security, economic growth, prosperity, climate change, the three pillars. But most of all, what you said right at the opening there, which is we want to be held accountable and also holding others accountable. I think that echoes Dr. Sultan's call for pragmatism going forward. So, Your Royal Highness, Dr. Sultan, Mr. Alvera, Secretary Espinoza, thank you so much for a fascinating discussion. A round of applause for all of our speakers, please. Let me pass to my friend Etna.
Thank you so much, and what a great panel, as usual, great dynamic discussion, and that tremendous commitment there, and as His Royal Highness says, he will be held accountable, and so he's going to want you all here next year, and we'll follow up and see the great work that's been done. But to all of you and to Fred, thank you so much. We have lots going on today, and we have promised you speakers from around the world. We have so many people who wanted to support this initiative. I think that is, already we look at the tremendous success and the great ambition, so we've got to keep going on this. So right now, let's listen to an address from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I'm very happy to announce who is with us on video. Hoi Sung Lee joins us now for a very short address.
Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, thank you for this opportunity to greet you at the launching of the Saudi Green Initiative. On behalf of the IPCC, I would like to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for tremendous effort toward sustainable development, which culminated the Saudi Green Initiative that unifies all sustainability efforts to increase reliance on clean energy, offset the impacts of fossil fuels, and combat climate change. This sends a powerful signal to the world about the journey ahead of us to enhance the health of peoples and the planet. From the SGI launching, I can see vision, direction, and contribution toward a regional and global sustainability that are firmly grounded on science. I saw the first step in 2016 with the King Salman Renewable Initiative, then the National Renewable Energy Program in 2017, the National Environmental Strategy in 2018, the creation of the Special Forces for Environmental Security in 2019, followed by the Let's Make It Green campaign to reduce desertification in 2020, and then this year, the launching of the SGI. This 4-year period exactly coincides with the period of the IPCC's current cycle, known as the 6th assessment. The IPCC reports produced in this period confirm that the Earth is warming rapidly, faster than previously known, and the resulting climate change is affecting every region in the world, with the people and communities that are least responsible for the climate change facing increasing vulnerability. Climate change exacerbates land degradation, according to the IPCC special report on land released 2 years ago. In the Middle East, including the Arabian Peninsula, is one of the regions affected most by the climate change-induced land degradation. This region has also been affected by more frequent and intense dust storms that climate change was an important part of the causes. The IPCC supports policy development informed by science. We provide policy-relevant scientific information through our balanced, objective, and comprehensive assessment. The Kingdom is a strong supporter of the IPCC ever since the IPCC's birth 33 years ago. We are very grateful to the support. Once again, congratulations on the SGI launching and the Saudi leadership on the global effort to address the challenges of climate change. Thank you.
And thank you. That was Hoi-Sung Lee from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We have another address from the United Nations Environmental Program, and I'm very, very happy now to welcome again virtually, unfortunately she couldn't join us today, the Executive Director of UNEP, Inger Anderson, joins us for this video address.
My deep thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the invitation to participate in this event, and I am very sorry that I wasn't able to participate and join you in person. We've seen the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia play an increasingly prominent role with the presidency of the G20 last year and in launching 2 new ambitious initiatives, the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Initiative. These initiatives represent exactly the kind of collaborations we need to see because in this time of environmental crisis, ambition and rapid action cannot be in short supply. Decades of relentless and unsustainable consumption and production have created what we in UNEP call the triple planetary crisis: the crisis of climate change, the crisis of nature and biodiversity loss, and the crisis of pollution and waste. This triple planetary crisis is destroying the natural world and the economies and societies that we have built. But even as the future seems bleak, the window of opportunity is still open. Bold and immediate action can help us to embark on a just, nature-positive, and net zero road ahead. So allow me to offer 3 critical areas of focus. First, as the UNFCCC synthesis report of the National Determined Contributions, or NDCs, highlights, while the NDCs show a longer-term trend to reduce greenhouse gas emissions over time, the effort is far from sufficient. As we head towards COP26, I call on Saudi Arabia and on all countries to come to the COP with stretched NDCs that signal a clear intention to urgently intensify climate efforts. T20 governments have a particular responsibility here, as they alone account for 78% of global CO2 emissions. Second, we have just concluded the first part of the Biodiversity Conference of Parties, number 15. Negotiations over the coming months must fast-track the completion of a post-2020 framework that drives systemic changes in food systems, in infrastructure, in urban development, and public and private finance flows, in how we value nature and how we fairly access and share the benefits arising from nature. We look to the leadership of Saudi Arabia so that all countries may begin to make peace with nature. And third, recovery spending to stimulate our economies and our infrastructures and our companies to get back to work after the pandemic, of course, and to help societies. That spending is not sufficiently green. An insufficient percentage is going towards helping companies and countries shift to a cleaner, greener path for tomorrow. Now, there has been some progress in the last few months, but we can do a whole lot better. And we know exactly where to put the money: in clean and efficient energy and transport, in efficient buildings, in nature-based solutions, in circularity and sustainable consumption and production, in green research and development. Friends, our world has never been more threatened or more divided. But as the UN Secretary General has outlined in the Common Agenda, which is a 360-degree analysis of the state of our world, together we can strengthen multilateralism. Together we can re-embrace global solidarity, and together we can find new ways to work for the common good. Because the challenges we face are intergenerational. They are about the future we hand over to the next generation, ensuring that this future is sustainable, peaceful, and just. There cannot be a more important task. So I thank you for your commitment, and I look forward to hearing about the outcomes of the Saudi Green Initiative. Thank you.
And a big thanks to Inger Anderson there, the Executive Director from UNEP. So we have a lot to get through, and we now have a panel that's really going to focus on biodiversity. And joining me on this panel, I have a great four-member panel here, but I'd like to call up the Minister of the Environment, Water and Agriculture from Saudi Arabia to join us, His Excellency Abdul Rahman Al Fadli. If he can please join us here. I'm very honored to have with us the Minister of Climate Change and Environment from the United Arab Emirates, Her Excellency Mariam Al Mehri. Professor Lee White joins us from Gabon, the Minister of Water, Forests, Sea and Environment. And again, looking after climate change, Professor Lee White, His Excellency, is with us. Thank you so much for being with us. And we're also delighted to be joined by the Under-Secretary General and the Executive Secretary for UNCCD, the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, Ibrahim Tiwa. So what a wonderful panel we have, and we have 30 minutes here to get you lots of information when it comes to the state of the world, what we have to do, and our importance in terms of biodiversity and how this is all together. Your Excellency Al Fadli, if I may start with you. We look at the Green Initiative that has been launched here, and this will keep you very busy for years to come, and following on His Royal Highness's commitment there, we will be back every year taking account of all this. But talk to us about your role in terms of the context of the Saudi Green Initiative.
Very good. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في بداية أهني أنفسنا وأهني المجتمع.
First of all, it is very important for us to speak about these initiatives as His Crown Prince spoke about this morning, this is a great indicator, and this is a great indicator for everyone. In fact, what you've said, this initiative will make us more active, and in this, of course, ever since it was announced, ever since the vision of 2030 was announced, is one of the most important things, because it has given importance to the environment, environment protection, and also maintenance of the environment. So consequently, what has been announced today is a continuation of the commitment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government. What has been seen there in Vision 2030, the Ministry of Environment was established in April 2016. Of course, the strategy was announced, such an ambition, and also along with the regulations and laws, there is a clear vision to of course, to address these kind of challenges. It is very important to focus on the weaknesses and the strengths, and also has introduced programs, initiatives, and projects that we need to put into action. And also it has introduced different centers relating to, of course, the environmental commitment. All these, of course, has come into play. And also has the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has presided the G20 last year, and also it has announced two important initiatives. The first one, it has to do with the coral reefs initiatives and central research, and the other one has to do with the maintenance and redevelopment of the wasteland, and it was widely adopted, of course. All these initiatives, of course, have been approved as announced today by the Saudi Green Initiative, and also the Green Middle East, which is, of course, a great indicator that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the custodian of the Royal Mosque, the Crown Prince, attaches great attention to environment as number one priority. I re-emphasize again, there is no kind of contradiction between environment and other initiatives that we have so far announced and introduced.
I think together, and I think we're going to be hearing more of this. Your Excellency, Miriam, when we look at the agenda for COP15 on biodiversity, now I would imagine it's a busy agenda, but what would you say that, you look at and think is most urgent that we really pay attention to?
Thank you, Edna. First of all, thank you so much to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for having us here.
I'll get it to you too.
And thank you as well. And a big congratulations to the Saudi Green Initiative and all the announcements we've heard, and we're very excited to what's coming more on Monday. Yes, we're talking about energy transition, transport transition, mobility transition. Biodiversity is also essential here. Let me just connect the dots. So biodiversity, if we don't take care of biodiversity, ecosystems fail. When ecosystems fail, human health fails. How is that interrelated? Food security. When you have healthy ecosystems, you have access to clean water, you have access to clean air, you have access to human health, and you empower local livelihoods, which then is a push for economic development. So it's really key to ensure that biodiversity is preserved and conserved. And this is why we have the urgency of taking the steps forward now. COP15, what's going to happen in COP15? We're going to look back at the strategic plan for the biodiversity 2011 to 2020 and see where are we? Have enough efforts been done to overcome the biodiversity crisis that we're in? Let me just tell you some numbers. Already 70% of, there's been a 70% decline of vertebrate species in the last 25 years. That's alarming numbers. And if we look ahead, if we continue on this trajectory, 1/3 to 1/2 of all species of the world are going to face extinction. So it's a huge dilemma that we're facing. And just like we're going through the transition of energy, the transition of mobility, the transition of food systems, we need to also transition in our efforts when it comes to biodiversity.
And transition, I think, rapidly is almost what you're calling for as well. I think the need to really be doing that. Your Excellency, White, if I may, follow up on that, we look at COP15 on biodiversity, but also putting this in frame of COP26, which is probably one that's more familiar or more urgent for some people. We know, I think, how important biodiversity is when people think about it. You know, sometimes perhaps they don't really understand, but when they see it. But talk to me about how you feel it all has to be done in unison, really. You can't be doing this in silos.
Thank you. And thank you very much to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening us here. Let me give an example from the Congo Basin. I'm from Gabon. We're part of the Congo Basin. It's, you know, we're known for the biodiversity. The Congo Basin holds about 6 years of global carbon emissions, and so there's no 1.5, 2 degree future without the Congo Basin intact. The Congo Basin provides the rainfall to the Sahel, it provides the rainfall to the Ethiopian highlands, so it fills the Blue Nile with water and it irrigates agriculture in Egypt. And so the biodiversity of the Congo Basin is providing ecosystem services to the continent of Africa and to the planet. You know, as I look out onto the audience here, everybody's wearing a mask. COVID-19 is part of biodiversity. And emergent diseases tend to emerge more frequently when we destroy nature, when we lose our contact with nature. And so keeping nature and biodiversity healthy is about keeping the climate healthy, it's about keeping human beings healthy, it's about reducing the probabilities of future pandemics. And so bringing COP26 and COP15 together, bringing the climate and the biodiversity discussions together, I think is really critical.
Absolutely, and I think, as you say too, it really is, it's about the health of the world, the health of, you know, yes, our planet, our environment, because ultimately then that leads to a healthy economy. So I think it all plays into that. Ibrahim, as Undersecretary with the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD, you know, you have, Ibrahim, a focus, but also what I'd like you to do, because if anybody almost has the scary stats on this, I think it has to be you, when we look at the status, I suppose, of land degradation around the world. How bad is it?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me really thank the Saudi authorities for organizing this forum. Land degradation is a global phenomenon. 3.2 billion people suffer from land degradation from around the world. Droughts are becoming much more frequent than they were from before. It's not a new phenomenon, but they have been increased. 3 out of 4 hectares of land in the ice-free land has already been altered by human activity. And if we continue like this, only 10% of the land will be left without ugly scars by 2050. It is a very serious phenomenon. It doesn't happen only in arid lands, it happens in all sorts of ecosystems because of human activities. Now, very interestingly, you cannot disconnect land degradation from biodiversity, you cannot disconnect biodiversity from climate, you cannot disconnect climate from agriculture, from food, from water provisioning, because it's all different pieces of one puzzle. So there is no such thing like climate is more urgent than biodiversity, or biodiversity is more urgent than restoring land. It is the pieces of one puzzle that need to be tackled at the same time. We only have one planet, and we are one species. And as one species, Homo sapiens, we have done this to our planet, and it's only us that can solve the problem.
Indeed, I think we're beginning to hear that, and just following on what Her Excellency said too, there is, you know, the danger when we're missing the species and all of that, the part of the puzzle. Your Excellency Al Fadli, if I can come back to you, and again, we look at the land degradation, we look at deforestation, a problem, but here in the Kingdom, you have many, many initiatives, and perhaps you'll maybe talk about that. One of them is also the planting of 10 billion trees. How important is that? And maybe, you know, touch on some of the other initiatives that you have in place.
Very good.
If I want to comment on what he said, His Excellency Professor Ibrahim, he talked about the big area of the degradation. This emphasizes again the role of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that it has played so far. When it presided G20, it has come up with this initiative which everyone approved to rehabilitate 50% of the degraded land, and that has been emphasized, and this has also been emphasized by His Excellency Professor Ibrahim. And we here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have been very aware of this and we have taken this initiative and will be followed up globally. And we hope in the upcoming initiatives we will put such a limitation to this kind of degradation. Back to your question. In fact, planting 10 billion trees in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, this is one of the milestone initiatives here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and part of the Saudi Green Initiative. The 10 billion trees means that 50 million hectares in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be rehabilitated, redeveloped, and will be planted, of course, will provide vegetation, a green cover, of course, to reduce the negative impact of the climate change. It will have, of course, positive change, how to deal with the gas emissions. It will also have different positive impacts, such as, for example, the good effects on the biodiversity, as announced by His Royal Highness. It will also target 30%. And today, His Royal Highness announced the approval to increase it from 16 up to 20%. The wild preserve in the Kingdom of it was just like 5%. Now we have 16 wild preserve and marine preserves, all of which will, of course, help to contribute to making more habitats for the wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. And a lot of work to be done, and I think every country is doing a lot of work. But Your Excellency, if I may, Miriam, when we look at the global framework for biodiversity, this is the post-2020 framework, where does the UAE fit within this, and what are your plans?
So we've been working very closely in the open-ended intersessional meetings. 3 meetings have taken place so far, and what it's basically working towards that at COP15, this post-2020 global framework will have priority areas that everyone will be working on. And basically these priority areas will be looking into things like enhancing the overall integrity of ecosystems, understanding the value of biodiversity for humans, and then also looking at how you can make sure that there's fair and equitable distribution of benefits when it comes to genetic resources, as well as looking at how we can close the gap, the finance gap, when it comes to implementing this framework. Now, the UAE has put a lot of efforts when it comes to protecting areas. We have 49 protected areas in the UAE, and that covers 15% of the total area of the UAE. 33 of those protected areas are terrestrial, which make 18% of the land, and 16 are marine protected areas, which make 12%. So we have achieved the Aichi 11 numbers on both counts. Nevertheless, for us, biodiversity cannot be done alone. It has to be done together. It has to be done in a way that we support each other. We are big advocates of having youth contributing to the solutions and to the implementation plans of the post-2020 global framework, as well as making sure that we have measurable KPIs, so performance indicators, so that we can monitor the progress going towards 2030.
I think it's so encouraging to see, the initiatives that are in place, and I think. We also hear about the great commitments from all of you, from the government, from all of the ministers in terms of, what has to be done and how you're doing this. Professor White, if I may, when we look at the role of Gabon as chair of the Africa climate change negotiations at the moment here, if you can bring us up to date in terms of, I suppose, some of the conservation efforts. And, when we look at Africa, it's a huge continent. So, again, some challenges there.
Yeah, Africa is huge and very varied. It's the continent that will be most impacted by climate change. And yeah, as a result, African biodiversity will also be impacted by climate change. So we're having to look for new models for how we can, how can we join the economic development of Africa and the environmental development of Africa? How can we harness the incredible natural resources that we have sustainably? How can we shift away from a model where Africa is just seen as a source of cheap raw materials and start developing Africa through sustainable development? And that's very much what we're trying to do in Gabon. By managing our forests sustainably, forests cover 88% of our country, we are, we think, the most climate positive country on earth. We're net absorbing over 100 million tons of CO2 every year into the forests because of our management of biodiversity. We have 21% of our land which is protected. 3 years ago, President Ali Bongo set aside 27% of our oceans in marine protected areas. And we really think that by sustainably harnessing the value of our biodiversity, we can develop our country, develop our countries in the Congo Basin and in Africa, and at the same time contribute to maintaining biodiversity and to this fight against climate change, using nature-based solutions to preserve biodiversity and to fight for a healthy environment for the future.
Ibrahim, when we look around the world and we see all of these great projects in many ways and great projects that need to be done, it's got to be tough to choose, I suppose, investment. I mean, in the role of UNCTD, where do you look to help, to assist? You know, where do you need cooperation? How do you actually make sure that the right people are maybe moving forward to find solutions?
Thank you very much. You have heard from the Saudis, the Saudi Green Initiative, and you have heard also about the Middle East Initiative, for which we are looking forward for more information. But there are multiple other initiatives as investments. You invest on nature. You do not only harvest, because the mindset we have been having so far is to consider nature as a mine. So we have been harvesting it. You need to invest on your forests in order to generate economic income for your country, because that's the capital of your nation. You need to invest on soil restoration, because soil is what is feeding you. Land is what is providing you with the water you drink. Land is what is providing us with the clothes we have. So you need to invest on it. You need to invest on ecotourism. Ecotourism is investing on land and ecosystems. So it is absolutely essential. Now, the good news is that there are large-scale restoration programs that have been deployed from around the world, including in the most poorest countries on earth, the Sahel region. Take the example of the Great Green Wall of the Sahel. 11 countries have come together from Senegal to Djibouti, joining their efforts to restore hundreds of millions of hectares, while at the same time generating economic income for the communities, while at the same time generating solar energy, because it is an energy poor region. So it is not that you can consider investing on nature as being a lost investment. It is actually absolutely profitable. And actually the reverse will be true. If you do not invest on your capital, which is the ecosystems and the natural capital, you are actually eating on your reserves. And at some point in time, your economy will collapse because it will not be sustainable.
And again, it is about sustainability, and it's about making sure that that's at the very heart and the focus of what you do. Your Excellency Al Fadli, there are challenges without a doubt, I think, in this area, as there are different challenges in different countries. So where would you say, what is, I suppose, KSA's approach in terms of planting, and how can, we just heard about investment there, how can the private sector perhaps also get involved, maybe to help alleviate some of these issues?
Naturally speaking, when it comes to planting 10 billion trees in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with such kind of climate in Saudi Arabia with the rainfall, it is a great challenge for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But I do believe we will be up to it to put this into action, to put this initiative into action through, of course, drawing on and capitalizing on the water, the renewable water, whether desalinated water or treated water. So this part of the plants will be mangrove, will be, of course, planted on the coast and the oases. And, of course, we will have a project to harvest water. We will have other projects to better benefit from the rainfall and dams and direct such kind of dams into the initiatives. We will focus more on the local plants that can, of course, endure the climate change or the drought. We will better benefit from the best practice across the world, and also will be benefiting from the research studies so far conducted and the state-of-the-art technologies to reduce water as much as possible. But what I want to emphasize is one thing: the feature theme is sustainability. We will not be able to plant such big number of trees, non-renewable underground water. Thank you.
And again, it's about, I think, making sure that everybody has a role to play and seeing this. Your Excellency, Miriam, we look at all of the great efforts, I think, that are happening, the biodiversity conservation efforts. What do you think are, I suppose, the big enablers?
So, for me, the big enablers are, first of all, the political will. And I think today's demonstration, also the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, this is the political will. In the UAE, it comes from our founding father, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, Allah bless his soul. He instilled in us to protect the environment, and he made us value the environment. And so already from the early 60s, we've had laws and policies and regulations around protecting the environment. So political will is number one. Number two, for me, is empowering the youth. I think they have such a strong voice and such a strong role to play in advocating for the efforts that we must do in protecting habitats, in conserving species, and really understanding how important it is to have that balance between humans and living species. Technology, leveraging scientific-based technology is really important. We actually, on what you said, Your Excellency, on understanding that this is capital, that nature is capital, we're actually developing a smart map of natural capital, and this is basically to give the decision makers a tool to be able to understand how land should be best used. We're also using drones to plant seeds, so this is how you can see how technology is playing a huge role as well. And last but not least, awareness. I think this is a huge, from kids all the way up to university students, it's so important that people understand what biodiversity is about and how important that is to humanity. And of course, during Expo 2020, the first week we had was about climate and biodiversity, showing you the importance of this thematic for us.
And it's so true, I think, when people are more aware, they're making private decisions, and every one person, it's that big movement that makes a big difference. Professor White, if I may, again, looking at the enablers and also looking at technology. Not all countries are created equally. Some of them have bigger budgets than others and all of that. Where do you see the enablers that have to be put in place?
I think for me, as the Minister of Energy said this morning, we're looking to develop technologies that will help us in this fight, but we're unlikely they're unlikely to get us to where we need to go until 2040, 2050. Today we have a technology that we're all starting to use more and more. It's called a tree. Whether it's a mangrove tree, whether it's a tree that we plant in the Sahel to recreate the rainfall, whether we look to Costa Rica, which deforested its country and then reforested over 40% of their country, I think if we're going to move forwards, whether it's the 2 COP15s, as you said, we have 2 COP15s next year, biodiversity and desertification, whether it's climate change, preserving forests, replanting forests, planting trees to restore the rainfall, to restore the rivers, planting trees to suck the CO2 out of the atmosphere, to defend us against climate change. I think nature has given us incredible technology. Obviously, human beings innovate, and so if we can bring in new technologies to boost that, that's great, but we really have to focus on nature and biodiversity in the coming decade if we are going to have any hope of maintaining the equilibrium that we need to maintain for the future.
I think yes, and we all need probably a more holistic approach for it. Ibrahim, UNCCD probably began life as a convention for developing countries, but I think you would probably agree we're looking at a global problem that needs a global solution. How can you help?
Actually, let me correct that. The UNCCD was not a convention for developing countries, it was a global convention. It has 197 parties. There is no country in the world that is not a party to the UNCCD, because we all live on Earth and we all need land. Whether you are a small island developing states and you are scared that climate change is going to affect your life, but what is the most precious resource you have is land. And that is what you are going to lose, not the sea. Whether you are a forested country and you would like to know how you would preserve your capital, you conserve land and you make sure that the soil is actually producing enough for you. Whether you are in a desert like in Saudi Arabia, you need to make sure that you protect that little soil that is still left for you to produce enough food and enough soil and enough wildlife and biodiversity and so forth. So it is a global convention. Let me just say that thanks to the Saudi G20 presidency, the minister talked about the G20 initiative, which is an absolutely essential program. The G20 aims at restoring 50% of degraded land, 50% of degraded land by 2040. It's a major initiative, which we hope will be supported by all countries. And I also would like to say that Minister Lee, you talked about COP15 of UNCCD. Let me join the government of Cote d'Ivoire to welcome you all to Abidjan in May 2022, where we'll be having the 15th session of the Conference of the Parties of the UNCCD. Droughts, land restoration, and land restoration as a solution to the multiple challenges that we are facing. Climate, starting with climate, because climate is essentially energy and land use. So land restores back the carbon back to the soil where it belongs. So it is absolutely critical that we... In
closing, and a word from all of you, from you, Ibrahim, let me stay with you. The big urgency, what do we need to do now in like 20 seconds? Talk to me in terms of what's your call? What do you want done?
My call is for humanity to really rethink our system, whether the way we produce and the way we consume is done sustainably. Because the challenge we're facing is essentially sustainable consumption and sustainable production.
Professor White, if I may, again, what has to be done now?
Sustainable development and nature-based solutions is the way forwards.
Your Excellency, you talked about that crisis in biodiversity when you be opened. I mean, what's really urgent?
Okay, I'm going to tell everybody. I don't know if any of you have planted your own tree, or your own plant, or your own tomato plant, cucumber plant. Please, plant your own tree with your family and see what effect this has on you. It's a huge effect, and this is where it all starts.
It is, I think, and again, it is that one-person initiative, and collectively we can do so much. I'm leaving you, Your Excellency, the closing word. The Saudi Green Initiative, how can it contribute?
How can it?
How can it contribute, in terms of the urgency? This is a great step that's been taken. It is a results-oriented step, so give us that feeling for, in just a few seconds, what you hope for.
I believe that this initiative is an approach to be adopted, a new approach in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it is a commitment that we will put this into action, will translate this, and it will have so many positive effects, and it will resonate across the different countries. There is full alignment between biodiversity, environmental maintenance, it is sustainable development and economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I just want to thank my dear panel for all of your great contributions, and again, sharing some case studies with us, sharing some challenges, and really laying it out in terms of, I think, the urgency that is there. So, Your Excellency Al-Fali, thank you so much. Your Excellency Al-Mahiri, thank you also. Professor Lee White and Ibrahim Thua, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
So, now, of course, we still have lots to bring you, and we have lots of speakers that are joining us. Speakers that will be here in person, of course, and again, many speakers that are sending in their good wishes and their tremendous support. And we are absolutely delighted and honoured now to welcome some words of great support, and indeed from His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales from the United Kingdom, joins us now.
Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I'm most touched to have been asked to address this event, which inaugurates the Saudi Green Initiative and Roadmap, and which takes place with encouraging timing only days before the G20 in Rome and COP26 in Glasgow. COP26 is said to be the largest gathering of international leaders ever hosted by the United Kingdom. This reflects the fact that, at last, and after far too long, climate change and biodiversity loss are clear global challenges of paramount importance to the world. At the same time, the ongoing pandemic has highlighted that human health, planetary health, and economic health are fundamentally interconnected. We now have a dangerously narrow window of opportunity in which to accelerate a green recovery while laying the foundations for a sustainable future. In the Middle East, the current climate is around 1 to 1.5 degrees centigrade warmer than pre-industrial times, and there is a high risk of further warming in the future, particularly at the hottest times of year. These higher temperatures are likely to have, or are already having, a profound impact on the people and the ecology of the region. There is also a risk that increasing temperatures will drive the need for greater supplies of water and energy. But there is hope, and we are already seeing real progress, something the Saudi Green Initiative and Middle East Green Initiative aim to accelerate. As I've been trying to stress for many years, the region has huge potential for renewable energy, including solar power, wind, green hydrogen, and carbon capture use and storage. These industries can drive economic growth and increase green job opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom's global leadership in energy transition is critically important. I can only say that it is enormously encouraging to see the commitment to diversifying its energy mix, recognizing the cascading economic, social, and environmental benefits that renewable energy provides. Practical projects on the ground help bring to life the transformative potential of a green economy. Bearing in mind that the region is estimated to lose $13 billion to dust storms every year, there is no doubt that the regional initiative to plant billions of trees would have a truly transformative effect for the benefit of generations to come. To build a productive and sustainable future, it is critical that we accelerate and mainstream sustainability into every aspect of our economy. To move forward, there must be a center of gravity to catalyze such a monumental effort and to mobilize the resources and incentives required. Over the past 2 years, through my Sustainable Markets Initiative, I have convened CEOs from across industries and challenged them to identify ways to set our planet on a more sustainable trajectory. Together, these outstanding global business leaders have seized this opportunity to develop a charter of ambitious but practical action. With these insights, earlier this year, I launched the Terra Carta, a series of practical steps which provide a recovery plan for nature, people, and planet. I can only hope you will join me in this effort. As a global community, we need to come together to ensure the implementation of the Paris Agreement while keeping 1.5 degrees within reach. The experts are telling policymakers that COP26 must pursue ambitious, nationally determined contributions that have clear baselines and net zero by 2050. We simply must heed this message and, above all, consider the kind of future existence that we are bequeathing to our grandchildren and their children's children. The Islamic world is the custodian of one of the greatest treasuries of accumulated wisdom and knowledge available to humanity. If I understand it correctly, the Quran teaches that God appoints us his stewards of the earth, which explains the old nomadic saying that the best of all mosques is nature herself. It is perhaps important to remember that prophetic teaching, framed by the guidance of the Quran, always tried to maintain a long-term view of things and thus keep the danger of a self-interested form of short-term economics at bay. Your Honours, ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore my greatest hope, inshallah, that we can take the ambitions and practical solutions of today's conference to the G20 in Rome and then to COP26 in Glasgow, and so keep true to our sacred responsibility, honouring the limits of nature's abundance, and in the spirit of the Saudi Green Initiative, ensuring that our one and only global oasis prospers and stays alive.
Our one and only global oasis. What a lovely way to say it. And again, a great supporter of the region and indeed a champion of environmental affairs and biodiversity. So we were very honoured there to have that address from His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales in the United Kingdom. So what we've been hearing a lot this morning too is the need to take a much more holistic approach when we're looking at people and planet, and we're looking at a cleaner, greener future. We can all play that role. I think that's very, very clear for everybody. But let's also look at climate and sport. I'm now going to introduce you to a wonderful lady who is a board member of the Saudi Arabian Olympic Committee, the SAOC, and also a member of the International Olympic Committee. So we're absolutely delighted to have here with us Her Royal Highness, Princess Rima Bandar Al Saud. Your Excellency, Your Highness.
Good morning, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased today to present to you on behalf of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal, the Minister of Sports of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the President of the Saudi Arabian Olympic Committee. I'm also honored to represent the International Olympic Committee and my role with the Saudi Arabian Olympic Committee today. As His Royal Highness expressed this morning, the Kingdom is signing the sports framework with the United Nations. And how can we impact the world through sports? Sports is a reflection of what we value: excellence, friendship, respect. It can be transforming, And sports can educate and inform. When I think of sports, I think of a community. I think of people striving, reaching for long-sought dreams. And sports will always bring us together. It will always challenge us to be our best. And before I was a member of the International Olympic Committee, I served with pride with the Sports Authority in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, working with many of my colleagues who I see in this room today to create societal change. And we know for a fact that we have helped not only to develop a sports system and ecosystem in the kingdom, but we've impacted the lives of young people, young women, young men, in their schools and in their communities. And in that impact of societal change, we recognize how much more we can do. We know that sports has done phenomenal work all around the world, in many countries and all throughout history. And today, sports will take that role again as we face a common and global challenge, the climate crisis. Today, to meet and overcome this generational crisis, we all need to do our part. I call on all of the national Olympic committees across the world to support, as the Kingdom has done, the United Nations Climate Change Initiative and sign the Sports for Climate Action Framework. Today, we must all stand together on the same field, not as opponents, not as competitors, but as partners. The International Olympic Committee's president, Thomas Bach, has told us, sports depends on a healthy planet. And that means the climate crisis fight is a fight we all must share. And as a member of the Saudi Olympic family and also representing the International Olympic Committee, I'm proud that the sporting world has this opportunity to confront the climate crisis. The principles of the UN Climate Change Framework can educate, inform, and inspire our conduct and our behavior. And it can make it clear that sports will help lead this battle. It's imperative that we activate and mobilize the millions of young people around the world to take care not just of themselves, but the environment around them. And that's what sports has always done. And at no time has that leadership been more important than now, as we look to protect the future generations and protect our planet. In this moment, guided by this framework and these principles, we are called to act. The Olympic committees of all nations should take part in this framework unified and united, to recognize and acknowledge that our shared responsibility to encourage and inspire societal change through sports, to educate and to inform through sports, and to reduce greenhouse emissions in what we build for sports, to strengthen community environmental resilience, to promote sustainability, and to embrace carbon neutrality, to create a low-carbon future, and to use our platform and our common voice to advocate for climate action by implementing the guiding principles of the UN Sports for Climate Action Framework and supporting its signatories. Today, we can make sure that sports will be a part of the answer, that we all contribute, that we all act responsibly, and that we continue to come together as nations, as Olympic committees, to join this effort as signatories, to commit ourselves to healthy sports, to healthy athletes, and a healthy planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness, for such a great insight into the crossover between sport and, of course, the climate that we're seeing there today. If I could invite you to remain on the stage with me at this time. I know you're going to be wearing a slightly different hat, and one that you feel equally passionate about, which is conservation and, of course, the protection of endangered species. I would also like to invite to the stage my other panelists today. We have Dr. Marco Lambertini. He is the director of the World Wildlife Fund International, so he will be joining us. Welcome. And Barbara Belvisi, the founder and CEO of Interstellar Lab. Please join us on the stage. So our next panel that we're going to be discussing, that I'm personally very, very excited about, is turning back the clock on extinction. So Your Royal Highnesses and Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, we will begin this panel maybe with the first question towards you, Dr. Marco. kind of related to some of the themes that we heard earlier on, some big figures when it comes to wildlife populations. 2/3 in the past 50 years have plummeted, a massive, massive decline that we've seen out there. But do you feel that people are starting to change their minds?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be on this panel. As Her Highness and previous speakers, in fact, the minister in UAE mentioned earlier, the situation is absolutely serious. And I think I want to underline that because there is really no space for complacency. And you mentioned the decline of population of wildlife. We talk about millions of species on the brink of extinctions. We're talking about having lost half of the forest, half of the coral reefs, 2/3 of the wetlands, so a lot of natural spaces being converted. But what is new, and I think is relatively new, is the understanding not just of the impact that we are having, but also of the consequences that the impact is beginning to have, not just on the natural world, on the species that we all love and treasure, we have the moral responsibility to coexist with on the planet, but actually on us. The loss of biodiversity has an impact on our lives, on our well-being, on our health, on our economy, and that's a new narrative, that's a new perception that actually has emerged quite recently. And is making suddenly biodiversity conservation not just an ecological issue, but also an economic issue, a development issue, a health issue, and an equity issue, because we know that today vulnerable populations and next generations are more affected by climate change and biodiversity loss than anybody else. So there is now the realization that the ecological crisis has got two sides of the same coin, climate change and biodiversity loss. And that's a new narrative, a new perception that is beginning to push for action and response. And that's what we want to see in the next few years.
I wanted to bring Her Royal Highness in on this because we're talking about action and response, and yet we still are at the awareness phase with so many things. I know one of your passions is catmosphere linked to Panthera, very much protecting the 7 top cats of the species. We're seeing a threat there. We're seeing awareness programs. Is this what we still need?
You know, unfortunately, around the world, we have a lot of macro content, but it makes it hard for the individual to understand what can they do to participate, to be a part of the change. So we created an initiative called the Catmosphere, and the role of this initiative is to make people simply fall in love with the 7 big cats. It's very difficult for somebody to fall in love with a predator, understandable. But if we eliminate the predator from the ecosystem, you actually destroy the balance of the society and biodiversity of animals and the flora around it. So we encourage you all to check us out. Our website is catmosphere.org, and we have a lot of fun initiatives that simply say, love the jaguar, love the panther, and what can you do to educate yourself about your personal impact on these animals. As I'm sure you're aware with the World Wildlife Fund, it's easy to give a check, but what's hard to do is make a person get out of their chair and recognize their personal accountability. So what we're trying to do is advocate on behalf of these animals that can't advocate for themselves and say, dear humans, you did this. We all know what happened to us when we were separated from our communities through COVID. When we could no longer engage with our loved ones, we could no longer travel or go to the places that we loved. We all know what it felt like to not be able to go to the supermarket and find the food that we want, and no ability to take care of our families. Well, guess what? We've done that to these big cats. We've eliminated their environments, we've stopped their ability to move from community to community, and they have no one to advocate for them. So everybody that you see on the stage as a part of Saudi Green Initiative, all the way through to COP, is simply asking the individual to do their part. So please join us, support us, follow us on social media, Catmosphere Now, and on the 6th of November, take a walk and remember why you're doing this, for yourself, your own health, and the health of the community.
Yes, and we'll come back to that because it's a very important theme, awareness around the world. We've got stressed environments out there, which I think, Your Royal Highness, you were addressing as Dr. Lambertini was. But do we have the necessary skills to deal with this, to preserve plants and animal species? Barbara, I'd love to bring you in on this because this is where you specialize on an interstellar lab.
Exactly. What we're working on at Interstellar Lab is to design inflatable structure where we can recreate perfect climatic condition for life to thrive. And we do that on Earth using space technology. So interestingly, we've been collaborating with folks like NASA, like ESA, to design a system that here will help us preserve biodiversity. And one of the main challenges to preserve biodiversity on Earth is how we can give more land back to wilderness. And previous panels have been talking about that as well. And I think technology, and actually I know, because this is what we do, can provide a solution. This is not the solution, but it's a solution to help finding new systems that we can help us produce food in a more sustainable way and give land back to wilderness. And so that's what we're trying to do by developing the system so we can provide food to people. The second point, I think, for me, which is very important, is I believe we have the skills, the technological skills. I think we need to bring more awareness to people because, as you said, there is something, it's very hard for humans to perceive the biodiversity loss. It's easier to realize the climate change impact, the desertification, but it's, sometimes you look at the window, you see 20 birds, you don't realize there are actually only 10 now, and they've been a 50% decrease in the biodiversity. So the first point I think that we need to take is really to bring more awareness of this, and that's some of the things I would like for us to promote here.
And I'd like to pick up on that theme because when we have, as Your Royal Highness was saying, these big macro pointers out there, these big targets, sometimes they can seem a bit unobtainable. But maybe, Barbara, I'll go back to you again. These targets that some could deride, could say they're not achievable, are actually quite helpful, you were saying, to industries such as yourself.
Sorry, some of the goals, how we can reach some of the goals, and it's necessary. It's mandatory, I believe, that right now we define key objectives, key goals, key targets to reach when it comes to preserving biodiversity. We have been implementing that for CO2, and we need that for biodiversity. And there is such a strong link between biodiversity loss and the capture of CO2. I mean, life on Earth, this is our first, it's been, sequestering CO2 for a billion years. So let's give more land back to life, so it's going to help us reduce the CO2 emission.
And I'd like Your Highness to pick up on that because this is part of the strategy in the Kingdom. We've heard the Global Biodiversity Framework for 2030. For those, I'm sure most of you know, protecting at least 30% of land and sea. So what are the Kingdom's plans on that?
Well, to your point, 30% of our land is going to be dedicated to conservation. Why is this critical? Because as we embark on Vision 2030 and we want to diversify our economy, hospitality and tourism are key to that, but so is preserving our environment. What are you coming to see if we've destroyed it? One of the beautiful things that the Kingdom is doing, which by the way is exemplified by the Red Sea Initiative, it is magnificent what they're doing. They've mapped the pathways of fish, they've mapped the pathways of birds, of turtles, of the environment around them, and they've built around it, and in fact they've minimized their footprint to ensure that nature is there, and that the individual that's coming is one with that environment. And that mindset extends up to NEOM, it extends across to all of the initiatives that we're doing in this country. What is the point of us thriving if we're going to thrive alone? And it's that kind of accountability that the Kingdom is stating its claim to by this Saudi Green Initiative. We have to have a healthy and stable environment, not just for our young people, but for the environment around them. Otherwise, they cannot be healthy. It's very similar to The Lion King. I'm sure we've all watched that cartoon. It's the cycle of life. And the very, very sad thing is the destruction that's happened to our environment, whether it's sea or land, 99% of that destruction was man-made. But we have an opportunity, not just as a Saudi Green Initiative to turn back the hands of time, but also proactively through the COP26 and our commitments to make sure that what we've lost can thrive again, and what can never come back, that no other animal joins that list of it cannot be here. I'll tell you, we talk about the biodiversity of the waters, but simple species, simple things, if they're removed from a solitary environment, that whole environment dies. And not to hit over the head the concept of the leopard. But Al-Ula has just had a phenomenal program in partnership with Panthera, the global organization, to help rebuild the populations of big cats in the country. Globally, we went from 750,000 cats to less than 50,000. And we just had a young baby, Al-Ula, born in the wild. And that is something to be so excited about. But what we should be more excited about is the day we don't have to count how many have come back. We should be thrilled to say the big cat exists, and by the way, it won't be a prey. You won't be the prey, and it won't be a predator. If it has an ecosystem that's balanced, where what it needs is there, and then you can coexist with the largest animal and the smallest animal, with the most beautiful flower and the basic shrub, as we used to and as we should.
Absolutely. And, I think it's really good to talk about micro, small examples, because sometimes we can get lost in the big thought. And it is actually good to reinforce those local initiatives on the ground. If somebody knows about the Circle of Life, it's Dr. Lambertini in your role. We've seen this 30% target given out by 2030. I know you want us to act quickly. What's your perspective on this?
Well, first of all, I'm really excited to hear from my friend panelists here this strong ambition to define a clear direction on biodiversity as we have defined on climate. On climate today, we are crystal clear. We have to decarbonize by 2050 and we have to halve by 2030. And that is a message that has positively disrupted the energy sector, promoted innovation, and triggered announcements like the one we heard earlier on from His Royal Highness of the Kingdom. So we need the same clarity of direction on nature. We need to agree on a global goal for nature as we have a global goal for climate. We talk about net zero emissions on climate. We need to talk about net positive biodiversity for nature. We need to end this decade, 2030, with more nature than we have today, not with less. With more forest, with more trees in countrysides, with more pollinators in our farmland, with more fish in the ocean and in the rivers. These are metrics that can be measured as well as emissions. And those should drive our effort to protect biodiversity. It's not good enough to launch a number of well-intentioned initiatives if they're not matching the right level of ambition. And today, we don't have that clarity to actually measure our ambition. So we need to have that goal. We need to have a net positive, a nature positive global goal that hand in hand with a net zero, carbon neutral global goal for climate are actually driving our society to true sustainability. And that's the opportunity to be codified to embrace this global goal for nature, net positive, nature positive by 2030, in the COP15 in Kunming in China next year, so that moment will be the Paris moment for nature, like we had the Paris moment for climate 6 years ago.
But to your point, and to my esteemed colleague's point, the time of activism must end. It's the time of action right now. Yeah. And so, if we activate, what are we doing about it? We cannot actually have a sustainable change until governments make that commitment. And that's why I'm so proud of the Saudi Green Initiative, because we're publicly stating today, what are we actually going to do? And we're going to make you judge us year on year by the indices and the metrics that we're putting out there. Governments must step up and governments must deliver. We've all heard our young people talk to us, whether they're our children or other children that we see across social media and at all of these rallies. At what point do we want to stop rallying these children to tell us what to do? And at what point do we want to listen and recognize they're the future? We must do this for them. And so the investment that the Kingdom has made, you've heard His Excellency Al-Fadli, the Minister of Environment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, recognizing the value of government action, and also our energy sector recognizing its responsibility. And I think that's the healthy economic environmental marriage to make sure that we are all responsible from a government point of view.
Yes, and we'll pick up on that in a minute because I want to talk about finances and the redirection of financing. But if I could just go to the point about Dr. Lambertini, about material change in our production and consumption systems to be more sustainable. We were hearing a lot this morning on panels about an ecosystem. I think the Minister of Energy was talking about ecosystems that need to be created, not these individual parts. What's your view on that?
Well, as I said, on climate is clearly we need to decarbonize our energy sector, and that's a transition, then it's happening. On nature, we need to basically do three fundamental things. On one hand, protect more of what's left on the planet. That's exactly the 30% target that you, Your Highness, were mentioning. So we need to protect more of what is left on nature and biodiversity. Second, we need to actually drive towards sustainability the key economic drivers of nature loss today. Top of the list, agriculture, fishing, infrastructure, extractives, and forestry, the big fives. These are the key economic sectors that today are still destroying nature. We need to turn them into nature-positive practices, and it is possible. It is possible to have nature-positive agriculture, nature-positive forestry, infrastructure that avoid natural places and respect and mitigate the impact. So all that is possible through a transition. And the transition, and this is the third element, can only happen if we begin to transition and redirect the investment, the financial flows, both public subsidies, but also private investment.
I wanted to pick you up on that and then bring Barbara in on this, because finance sometimes had a bad name. We need cash, we need to do this. But how do we attract financial flows to support those less aggressive practices, especially in the developing world? We've heard the self-funding nature of the program, of what's going on in the kingdom, but how do we help those that need a little bit more of a helping hand?
So the biodiversity gap that was mentioned in the previous financial gap that was mentioned in the previous panel, which is around $700 billion per year, sounds like an unachievable task. But if you look at the investment, for example, given by governments today around the world to the current way of running agriculture, forestry, and fishing, we're already over 500 billion per year. If we repurpose those subsidies to support in agriculture, which is less chemical, more natural, more regenerative, they protect the soil, protect biodiversity, pollinators. If we direct those subsidies to sustainable fishing practices, we continue to fish, but in a way which is sustainable, not the way we're doing today. If we invest those flows in green infrastructure that is respectful of natural habitats and biodiversity, then we actually discover that we don't need a lot of new money. It's more about repurposing the investments we're making already today.
And Barbara, you're at the sharp end every day. You're out there with funders and coming up with some great new technology. How does it feel out there on the front line to you?
For us, so I think here we're representing the private companies, more specifically tech companies as well, trying to bring a solution. For us to get financing, it's actually, we need to demonstrate how our technology is providing a solution. We're very happy also to have the FIA Institute, so from Saudi Arabia as an investor. So we're looking forward to onboard more Saudi investors as well. But one of the key things is, for us to attract financing, it's because we have clear targets our customer wants to reach. So when it comes to, for instance, CO2 emission, they have an agenda, they know they want to reduce CO2 emission by 2030, so they are interested in our technology, so it means more money for us to improve our technology. Right now, if I go with our solution, which can be a solution for biodiversity conservation, because there are no targets set up right now. I mean, this is going to change after today, I guess. As there are no targets to reach by 2030, there is less money flowing into technology and to develop solutions to preserve biodiversity. So for the private sector, we need the public sector to set up goals and, and measurable targets. Then everyone will align the money and the technology to achieve those goals. Money and technology are only tools to achieve a mission, and we need to set the mission.
And I'd like to pick on a point now with Your Royal Highness, if I may, because we were talking about this earlier, and you had a really interesting perspective, because I was there talking about the necessary trade-off, imagining that there needed to be one between conservation and development, and to your point, what governments, what role do they have to play? But you're saying they can marry both?
You can absolutely have both, because frankly, that's what we had before. We had our homes in beautiful environments and nature was there, and it's just simply a matter of going back to it. You know, a lot of people talk to us about NEOM and the city of the future and technology. Our answer to them is, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's commitment is to technology for good and for humanity. And how can we use that to create, yes, the city of the future, because there's almost nothing there. And what an amazing test would that be for us to say, we've got the Saudi Green Initiative, we have all these intentions. If we had a blank slate, what would we do with it? And that's what we're going to do there. With the Red Sea project, what we've said is, we have a coastal community. What can we do to revive that coastal community and maintain and preserve our environment? With our pre-existing cities, we've said, what can we do now to fix the destruction we have done, and how can we build better for the future? So there's multiple areas that you can look at. It's not a one and done. You have to be open and flexible, and you have to recognize, again, when we talk about the circle of life, it is not the circle of life of animals and then the circle of life of humans. We are a part of that circle, so we just need to start thinking that way. And it's easier to think that way if you're building new and move on than fixing the past. But if you really think about it, if we don't fix the destruction that we've already done, there can be no future. And so this is not, it's not a nice to do, this is a must-have. This is a must-have because every child that we look at has to live in this world, and the children we haven't met yet are not going to look back kindly on us if we don't fix it now.
Dr. Lambertini, what's your thoughts?
Amen. I think this is exactly the direction that we need to take. And the challenge for us has got to be this double challenge of achieving carbon neutrality and nature positivity at the same time. And this is now under a narrative that is not just about our duty to do that as dominant species on the planet. It's actually in our own interest. And actually, it is the only safe future that we can develop for humanity. And as I say, is mainly the next generations, but actually in the next few decades, even the most vulnerable populations in the world are going to feel the impact if we don't really move fast. So I agree with Barbara completely. Alignment is needed, a clear direction. We have that on climate, we need that on nature. If we don't have clarity, we will not deliver the change that we need to deliver. So set the compass on climate and set the compass on nature. Net zero emissions for climate, net positive restoration for nature. Carbon neutral, nature positive.
And yet we've heard this morning, I'm going to stir it up a little bit now, about technology is going to solve this, technology is going to solve that. And yet some people are scared of technology, particularly when it comes to climatic technology. They see it as an enemy, not the solution. We've heard this morning, it's going to take time. How do we change this perception, Barbara, on, you're very much in the technology field, to work towards people's acceptance sometimes of this new technology?
I often compare the technological progress to a train. There is a very fast train, which is the technological train, and it's been here for centuries. You know, humans love to develop technology, trying to copy nature and to invent things. We have two options. It's rather to say, no, we're against technology and trying to stand in front of the train to stop it, or try to take control of it and to push it into the direction we want it to go. And this is the approach we're taking with a lot of entrepreneurs. It's okay, there is, you know, people will always progress and growth, and it's going. But let's hike the train, take it, and put it in the direction where we want it to go.
Okay, we've got 2 minutes left. If my maths is correct, we've got about 90 seconds each. So if I could start with you first, Dr. Lambertini. What do you want to see happening? I know you're keen on the next year. Let's make it the next year. What do you want to see happening in this space in the next 1 year?
I think next year it's really a critical year for nature, for the nature agenda, because the governments around the UN Convention on Biological Diversity have the opportunity to send that clear signal to the markets, financial and economic sectors, that the nature agenda is as important as the climate agenda. In fact, is fundamental to deliver even the climate agenda. And then therefore, we need to codify, we need to embrace a North Star, Southern Cross direction on nature conservation as we have taken for climate. That's the opportunity in a decade. And we can't miss that opportunity, because that clarity will then drive ambition, targets, and will move the private sector and consumers all in the same direction.
Bit over 90 seconds, but very good message. Barbara, I'm going to go to you next because I know Her Royal Highness has something special for us at the end. In 90 seconds, your view for the next year.
I would like to have a precise target when it comes to how much land we're giving back to wilderness, so we can all align in doing so. And I would like also very precise targets when it comes to the number of species we can save every year and how to contribute that. I think it's key for the preservation of biodiversity.
And Your Royal Highness, we're not waiting a year. You've got something special next month.
Yeah. So we have our campaign called the Catwalk on the 6th of November. I would encourage you all to sign up to our website, pick the cat you love. As a Saudi, I encourage you to pick the leopard. And walk on its behalf. Walk with your family, walk with your colleagues, and walk with your friends. But more important than your walk, read about every one of those cats and its impact on its environment, and recognize what we would lose if those cats did not exist. And we have a video to share with you of our campaign. I sincerely hope that we'll see you all participating. Walk anywhere, anytime, with anyone you like, but register and pick the cat you love, learn about it, and teach others.
Thank you. So Your Royal Highness, Dr. Lambertini and Barbara Belvisi, thank you so much for shining such a bright spotlight on such an important issue here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shukran.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And it gives me great pleasure now to invite Laura Buckwell back onto the stage with her panel. The next panel coming up is Attention All. It's on a topic we were just talking about, the important message from the Red Sea. So welcome, Laura, onto the stage.
Please be seated. Thank you so much for joining us. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm
boarding on the Red Sea, signed the charter to establish the Council of the Arab and African Littoral State on the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. This council has very comprehensive objectives, such as sustainable development, economic, social, environmental, political, and many objectives will be on that council. This is I think for the regional level. I hope I replied to certain of your questions.
Excellent, very exciting to hear the Council, and pretty much a game changer going forward as well. To set something like that up is definitely going to be a game changer going forward. Dr. Tony, I'd like to bring you in on this. Now, KAUST, of course, is a leader when it comes to the Red Sea in general, and also in the protection of coral reef ecosystems. Now, I was reading as well that apparently, shockingly, we've lost half of the world's coral reefs in the last 40 years. These coral reefs have been around for thousands and thousands of years, and suddenly over the past 40 years, they're disappearing, which is shocking. So tell us a little bit about your role and these fascinating discoveries here in the Red Sea as well, and also why they're so unique and what we can learn from them.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. The Red Sea is a natural treasure for the kingdom. When KAUST was founded, the Red Sea research is a key component of KAUST. So all through this last decade, we were focusing on what KAUST can do in terms of the basic knowledge, the development of technology that will help us, the whole world, understand the Red Sea so that we can stop, mitigate some of these risks that you mentioned. We also educate the young people who will be doing this. You asked about why after 1,000 years, right? Why now? The way I describe it is kind of a perfect storm. You know, of course, cumulatively over decades, erosion on land, deforestation, you know, you have silt coming from the land going into the sea. You have pollutants, maybe unintended from other activities like farms and so on, and you have excessive fishing and all that, which affects it. But the biggest change is the climate change. Because when you have this climate change going, the temperature raises, and the corals are very, very sensitive. So I think it's a combination of this that becomes a perfect storm, I think. That's the crisis we're facing, even in the Red Sea. The Red Sea is special because it has adapted over the millennium to this challenge. So especially in the northern part of the Red Sea, the corals are more resilient to warmer temperature and also salinity of the water. But that's not forever. That is also at risk.
It's shocking. Yeah, I was incredibly shocked to see those figures. Moving on to Ray Dalio, thank you for joining us. Now, I understand that you've got a very keen interest in sea exploration. You really have a passion for it. Tell us a little bit more about your latest initiative to drive awareness and the essential part that you've played within this project as well with OceanX. And how do these huge, sort of advanced scientific sea explorations, how do they really make a difference for the rest of the world?
Well, I got excited about ocean exploration because I was a diver, and then also Jacques Cousteau had a big effect. And then I got an ocean exploration ship, which I put scientists on it, and I got excited about it. And then I realized that the amount of money that is going for ocean exploration is about 1/230th of the amount that's going for space exploration. And I think that ocean exploration and ocean is so much more important and so much more exciting. And because Jacques Cousteau had such a big impact on me, I decided that I was going to create this ship, the best ocean exploration ship that one could have, and media. So I worked with Jim Cameron, who's the Titanic Avatar and also a great ocean explorer, to be able to create another Jacques Cousteau type of experience, so to enable the exploration and show it on media. And then, so the ship has spent a considerable time making discoveries in the Red Sea. And the discoveries that we made in the Red Sea are, in many ways, transformative. I could go on at length, but let me just briefly give you one example. You talked about coral reefs and the global warming having an effect of on coral reefs. We discovered in the Red Sea an unusual coral that can live at hot temperatures. And so it appears that that coral can be used for rejuvenation of coral all around the world. That's only one. We discovered something like a new species of squid that's like a giant squid, and many other such things in the mapping. So it's that kind of relationship that is going to, I think, excite people, because you have to show them that. I think that's impact. They have to love it. And then also those discoveries are important for science.
These discoveries, I mean, they really are very exciting indeed. Moving over to Paul Hotus, as the CEO of the World Ocean Council, tell us a little bit more about the WOC, as well as your thoughts on these recent findings as well. How exciting is this for the rest of the oceans out there?
Sure, thanks. Thanks very much. Great to be here. One of the key aspects of the ocean is the economic ocean. And so at the World Ocean Council, we formed an organization that brings together all of the ocean industries, all of the sectors, shipping, fishing, offshore energy, ports, aquaculture, and others, to work together and use that science and these important discoveries to really help manage and shape how industry operates, so that we can ensure that the business of the ocean is contributing to the sustainability of the ocean, and that we have an ocean economy that's contributing to communities, to livelihoods, and really bringing that balance together between business and the ecosystems that need to be protected and managed. And the corporate sector is stepping up. There are many good people and good companies that are helping lead the way. They're helping support science. I mean, Ray is an example of the way in which those in the private sector can really help lead to better understanding the oceans. And I'll just finish by saying from this initial intervention that Saudi Arabia has an incredible opportunity to be a leader in the future of the ocean. There's been a process we helped initiate called the Ocean 100. It's identified the top corporations of the world that have an involvement in the ocean, and by far the largest ocean-related company is Saudi Aramco. And so we'd invite Saudi Arabia and Saudi Aramco to join with us in helping mobilize and bring together the top ocean companies of the world, the Ocean 100.
We're going to be talking about investment a little later on as well, so thank you. John Pagano, over to you. CEO of the Red Sea Development Company. Tell us a little bit more, for those that aren't sort of very familiar of it. Give us a quick introduction. Explain exactly what you're doing in terms of managing the coastal areas as well, and marine ecosystems in order to protect and even enhance the area, you were saying as well. And what does this mean for the rest of the world going forward as well?
Well, thank you. Thank you, Laura, and good afternoon, everybody. Look, I describe the Red Sea project as probably the world's most ambitious tourism project in the world today. And we're trying to change and lead the way to use this amazing platform that we have here in Saudi Arabia to show that there's a better way to do things, to lead the global transformation towards regenerative development. Now, what do I mean by regeneration? I think, and we've heard many panelists today talk about the climate crisis and things that we need to do. Well, we're going to lead by example. We're going to change the status quo. So, we're all committing to net zero by 2050, different countries. We're going to commit to being net zero day one. We're going to be the largest tourism destination in the world powered by renewable energies right from the very get-go. But it's also about, taking I describe our project as being inspired by nature, but led by science. We work very closely with Tony and the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology right from the very beginning. We undertook the biggest marine spatial planning exercise ever undertaken to really understand our environment, our ecosystem, and then plan the resort around that, not with the ambition of maintaining the status quo. Because maintaining the status quo isn't going to solve the problems that we're now facing. We actually set ourselves the goal of actually making the place better. We set ourselves the goal of a 30% increase in net conservation value, never heard of before. And we're going to do that by, using nature-based solutions, increasing habitats. Mangroves are amazing sequesters of carbon, so we're going to increase the mangrove capacity around our destination. We're working on growing coral in the laboratories, We all know that coral reef systems around the world are under threat. And we have the platform to be able to change that narrative, to change that approach. And we're going to lead by example. And I think at the end of the day, the consumer of the world today, especially post the pandemic, is going to make responsible choices, and they will come to the Red Sea because of what we're doing. But I think we all have to do this. It's for our children, it's for our children's children. And I'm delighted that the Red Sea is hopefully a beacon of hope for the rest of the world.
Really is a very, very exciting time indeed. Dr. Abdullah, back to you. So what's the next steps now in terms of international engagement when it comes to driving sustainability and the protection of the world's oceans?
When we come to the sustainability, we need to consider the three pillars of the sustainability: social, economic, and environment. This is very important. We need to consider it. Let me go back to what we have in Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, I can assure you that in the Vision 2030, the sustainable development or the sustainability, it will articulate it, will address in the Vision 2030. So we are working that on this. At the regional level, again, let me take you back to the council. Also, the Council for the Sustainability, it will be in the heart or the core business of the Council in order for the member state or for our international community, the issue of the sustainability. The worldwide, when we're talking about the sustainability or sustainable, it will come to us the 2015 when we adopt at the United Nations the 17 goals of sustainable development. We are now in 2021, almost we have maybe 9 years to reach the 2030. In my opinion, if we go to goal 17, which is in my opinion, that's what will be the enabler to reach the 16 goals, which is talking about cooperation, science, knowledge sharing, private public sector. That's in my opinion, I think the goal 17, it will be the enabler to reach the sustainability. For the ocean itself, let me tell you that, at our regional level, for sure that it will be the Council, it will be a good platform to exchange views, to have a dialogue between the member states themselves and also international community, as will be a platform. For Saudi Arabia, I will try to mention what we hear today in this morning, the announcement what we have for the issue for the Global Alliance, and also for non-NGO, also ocean for exploration. This is, I think, answer what Saudi Arabia vision about the ocean in the future. Thank you.
Very, very exciting indeed. So leadership, councils, collaboration, I mean, they really are the way forward in tackling this. So moving over quickly to Paul, actually, I'd like to bring you on this. We haven't really spoken much about sort of the current challenges. So what exactly are those, and how can we best use these insights across different scientific disciplines, as well as I mentioned earlier, leadership, collaboration, and action by the private sector as well?
Yeah, thanks. And I think this really leads on from the, follows on from the Red Sea Council, and thinking about the bodies of water that are semi-enclosed, where there's a lot of activity, there's important ecosystems, and so bringing that science, that understanding of the ecosystems into interaction with the industries that are operating, and creating that cross-disciplinary approach, harnessing the role of industry to help understand the ecosystems, looking at the entire body of water, and really expanding that out into a global scale. And I really encourage you to think about the ocean as a single global ecosystem for which the Red Sea is a microcosm. And so if we can harness the role of industry to help gather data, for example, through what we call smart ocean, smart industries. All of you that are on your smartphones now, you're probably taking part in the ocean economy right now. There are 1.2 million kilometers of submarine cable. 98% of international internet traffic goes via the ocean through those submarine cables. So we can use these industries, the 90,000 ships that are out there, to collect data by having sensors and instrumentation to augment the great work that KAUS is doing and the great work that OceanX is doing, and really create a sense of an ocean business ecosystem in support of maintaining the natural ecosystem and all of its attributes.
Moving over to Ray very quickly. Now, investments that are good for the environment really are essentially a very powerful way out of this climate disaster, really. So what are you seeing with regards to investor appetite at the moment, then, in terms of green initiatives and investments?
Well, I think ESG is now hot, and it's going to get hotter. And I think that the right way to do it is to create an ocean slice of ESG. So I would say that that's terrific. And then private-public partnerships. Private-public, but when you do investment, you have to know your return on investment. And the return on investment, and this is partially monetary, but it's beyond monetary in terms of the double bottom line. So those are the three things that I think. If we can have a really high quality ocean-focused ESG, and I think particularly that the measurement of the return on investment and double bottom line, those would be the two most important, I think.
Thank you. There you go. You heard it here first. So, John Pagano, moving over to you, what sort of investor appetite have you seen over at the Red Sea Development Company then?
Tremendous, actually. I mean, we signed one of the largest public-private partnerships with a consortium led by Aqua Power to build the renewable and, state-of-the-art infrastructure that is going to power our destination. I said we're going to be the largest destination in the world powered by renewables. We're going to install the largest battery storage system in the world in order to accomplish that. But it's more than that. We're working with numerous people that are now very interested in creating different technologies for carbon sequestration. I mean, we just signed a deal with another organization to do recirculating aquaculture systems, but it goes beyond that. But in terms of growing microalgae, which sequesters carbon and at the same time creates food stocks that we can then feed our customers. So tremendous appetite from the private sector to solve the challenges that we face, and the Red Sea is a great platform for them, and we're attracting lots and lots of interest.
Dr. Tony, over to you. I'd like to ask a few questions about the role of youth as well. They're going to play a very big part going forward in the future. Tell us about the role of Saudi youth when it comes to restoring biodiversity going forward in terms of research, education, and preservation perspective.
Yeah, a research university like CAUS, among the mission is research, collaboration, partnership, and education. And education involves youth, obviously. Now, you need to do research, otherwise, if you don't understand the problem, you can never solve it. You can never mitigate a risk. That's obvious. Collaboration, because any institution, no matter how large, cannot do everything on our own. John, thank you for saying we are partnering with Red Sea Project. Right? A few months ago, we signed an MOU in Riyadh. We're probably thinking about putting some of CAUS research, like a fuel station, at Red Sea Project, maybe together with some sort of visitor center, sort of combined experience. We're working closely with NEOM. We're partnering to build one of the world's largest coral gardens in an island in NEOM called Susa. Within the kingdom, we work with MIWA, the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. His Excellency, the Minister, Al-Fadli is sitting here, and we talk all the time. Globally, we have panelists here. One of the things that we started recently is that Saudi Arabia was the host of G20 last year. And one of the outcomes, you heard this morning, circular carbon. But another one is on coral reef preservation and restoration. This is global, start with G20, but it's actually beyond. So the global headquarters is actually at CAUS. So we'll be administering this. People from all over the world will hopefully come, not just get the funding, but to actually collaborate. So finally, on education, I think His Excellency, the Energy Minister, mentioned this morning. We're doing all this not for our generation. It's for next generation and the next generation. And those are the youth. And especially for Saudis. This is their future. The Red Sea is national treasure. They have to own it. If there's young Saudis out there, I should talk to you. Who else but you who would care more about this future than you? By the way, one last thing is we at CAUS, we found that there's a huge predominance of female students interested in green initiative by more than 5 to 1. More women than males. So this is another objective, a byproduct.
Isn't that interesting? We do have time for your final remarks. So I'd like each of our panelists just to tell us your key message. What is your key message for our audience today on such a fascinating topic. We'll start with Dr. Abdullah. Why don't you go first?
I will try to be very brief in the key position. The Red Sea is important to Saudi Arabia and the rest of the world for a variety of reasons, including environmental, economic, social, and political. Second message, the initiative of the Council is the real example of Saudi Arabia commitment for the sustainable development, for economic, for environment, and for international community. Third message, the opportunities of the Red Sea are many and varying, and I am so excited to see the opportunity to be realized. Thank you.
Dr. Tony Chan, your final remarks, please.
Leadership. It's obvious that the kingdom is determined to make this is the future of the kingdom. Second, you need partnership. We talk about this. And it requires private, public, and academia partnership and globally. And most importantly is about youth. By the way, tomorrow there's a youth component of this. I'll be there. And we'll see. I think we'll see how that goes. I think the youth should own this.
Ray Dalio.
The ocean is our greatest natural resource. It's our greatest asset. Think about it this way. The highest peak is about equal to the greatest depth in the ocean, but it covers 72% of the world's surface. So it's twice as big as all land, and it's undiscovered, and it's essential for our well-being in terms of carbon capture and so many other things. The discoveries that could be made and the excitement of inspiring people, because bring them down into the ocean, make them care and explore it, and all of that is going to be an enormous reward for all of us.
Paul Holters.
Thanks, Laura. I spent a lot of my early life and early career in the Pacific region and Southeast Asia, and there we say that the ocean unites us. It's not a blue space that divides us, but it links us all, and I think we're really seeing that here. Now one of the key areas to focus on in linking that is to really bring in the private sector. And again, an opportunity for leadership here in Saudi Arabia at the level of the Red Sea, at the ecosystem level, and at the transboundary multi-government level, but also ensuring that we've got all of those key industries involved and then scaling that out, learning from that as we work to do at a global scale across all the industries. So we've got a global ocean that's being protected and managed and achieving its economic value. And again, I'd encourage Saudi Arabia and Saudi Aramco to think about being a part of the Ocean 100 to really help us mobilize all the key companies of the world in achieving their support for and engagement in the future of a healthy and productive ocean.
John Pagano.
Thank you. I guess my parting comment is it's a call to action. We need to act now. It's no longer enough to talk about what we might do in the future or tomorrow, because tomorrow may not be there. So, let's not put off the decisions. We have technology available to us today to do things differently. And unless we act, we won't have a better world for us or for our children and our children's children. So, take the example that we are setting as the Red Sea to do things differently, because our future depends on it.
Gentlemen, a truly fascinating discussion. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for sharing your thoughts so openly with us here today. We really do appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to know any more about our speakers, please do refer to the agenda so you can read up about these outstanding individuals that are here with us here today. So thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you.
Good to be on a panel.
Please do remember to continue the conversation and drive some awareness of our event today through your social media as well. You can use our hashtag, which is Saudi Green Initiative. Well, Your Highness, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, sadly our next speaker could not be with us here today, but she still wanted to address us here at the Saudi Green Initiative. So please give a very warm welcome to Sandra Ojiambo, who is the CEO and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact.
Greetings from New York. I'm Sandra Ojiambo, the CEO and Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact. It is an honor to be speaking to you all at the launch of the Saudi Green Initiative. This initiative is especially timely as we are preparing for COP26. I need not tell you how critical this time is for our planet. We are entering into a phase of economic transformation, faced with great and grave responsibility. We need urgent action, and we need it now. Last month, the UN's Climate Agency published an update on national climate plans submitted under the Paris Agreement. The report reveals that 164 countries expect their emissions to decrease by 12% in 2030 as compared to 2010 levels. And while this progress is both positive and powerful, it is not enough. If we don't accelerate our efforts, we could see an average global temperature rise of 2.7 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, with catastrophic consequences. Our world has already been devastated by the twin health and socioeconomic crises brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, the biggest crisis the global community has faced since the Second World War. We have seen how terrible the impacts of COVID-19 have been, and they've hurt the lives and livelihoods of the most vulnerable among us. And we know it's a fire drill for the global emergency that is climate change. But in our efforts to end this pandemic and stave off the worst effects of global temperature rise, we must not lose sight of the people at the core of these crises. Today, we are at risk of reversing critical progress on human rights at a time when we needed them to be upheld the most. Corporate respect for human rights across the spectrum, including economic, social, cultural, civil, and political rights, will be fundamental to the success of the response and recovery from the pandemic and to mitigating the catastrophic impacts of the climate change. As we work to address these emergencies simultaneously, we know that we cannot go back to business as usual. We have before us a unique opportunity to create a more equitable and sustainable society, one that is grounded in human rights and a healthy planet. The private sector has a key role to play in accelerating the ambitious actions we need to secure a future where people and planet can thrive. This involves leveraging resources and wealth to drive positive change within businesses and within value chains. And it requires businesses to engage with their communities and networks to inspire climate action, while at the same time ensuring that no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our central goals of the UN Global Compact is to ensure that corporate actions are in line with climate science and have the potential to make a sizable impact on the transition to a net zero economy. We are one of the founding members of the Science Based Targets Initiative, or SBTI, and later this month we will be launching the first global standard for net zero carbon business, while also providing the assistance, resources, and tools that companies need to establish targets aligned with climate science. Today, over 1,900 companies are taking action. Close to 1,000 have had their targets validated to be aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement, and that number is growing rapidly each day. Of these companies, over 900 have joined the Business Ambition for 1.5 Degrees campaign, a call to action urging companies to set even more ambitious targets. And while these numbers are promising, we still need many more companies to align with a 1.5 degree future in order to minimize the catastrophic effects of climate change. In our recent report, we found that only 20% of companies in G20 countries have climate targets that are science-based, and many of the heaviest emitting companies are missing in action. But we need every country, every business, every sector to play their part. I would like to urge all businesses to join us in this just transition, leaving no one behind. The UN Global Compact has also voiced its strong support in support of all efforts to develop legislation on mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence. With 2021 marking the 10th anniversary of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, we highlight its call to governments to implement a smart mix of measures, both voluntary and mandatory, national and international, to foster business respect for human rights rather than assuming that businesses prefer or benefit from state inaction. Now, the private sector, governments, and indeed all sectors of society must act with the utmost urgency to address the crises at hand, and crucially, we must all work together. No longer can we accept failing our young people and future generations. It is within our collective power to protect the planet, the lives and well-being of its inhabitants. Our brightest future is one that sees us acting on climate change and standing up for human rights as a unifying vision for all. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us again. I have great pleasure to invite to the stage His Excellency Abdullah Al-Swaha, an engineer, Minister of Communication and Information Technology, Chair of King Abdul Aziz City for Science and Technology here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So thank you very much for joining me today.
It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
And we're here to talk about smart forests and the green economy and how climate tech is actually going to change the game. And Your Excellency, around the world here today, we're all talking about climate change and how to beat it. But the clock is ticking. I look out from my house in France. I'm lucky enough to spend 6 months of the year there. There's a glacier in front of me, and it's moving back up the mountain. So how quickly and how fast can we move, and can we move fast enough to deal with this?
Thank you, Sarah. The short answer is simply no. And we don't have to be climate change experts for us to appreciate how big the crisis is and how deep the net zero divide is. There's so much polarization happening today in the world around this topic, but let's look at the facts and the figures. Planet Earth is hotter than ever. We have more than 1 billion people on the face of Earth facing displacement because of rising sea levels. And we have more people dying from pollution, and we have wildfires in California, and we pray for the folks in California, but we also have Oman being hit with 5 years worth of rain in a single day. This is absolutely not acceptable, and we're not doing enough. This is why His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, is driving consensus on collective action. We cannot afford polarization between the camp that suggests decarbonization and the camp that is pointing fingers between the producers and the consumers. I mean, if we just look at decarbonization, let's look at the electric vehicle industry or solar and wind. We can't do that while mining lithium, cobalt, and nickel. There is an element of carbon because it exists in the world. The solution is in the circular carbon economy, how we could reduce this carbon, reuse this carbon, recycle this carbon, and more importantly, remove this carbon. And if we draw from a parallel on the leadership of His Majesty the King and Prince Mohammed bin Salman, we drove consensus during the G20 on topics like other global crises like the pandemic, the coronavirus. We simply separated the politics from the science, and we listened to the science community. And the science community told us it's all about wearing masks, it's all about social distancing, and it's all about accelerating the push to a vaccine through technology. This is why the kingdom was very proud under the leadership of His Majesty the King and the leadership and focus of Prince Mohammed bin Salman when we drove consensus on the circular carbon economy to drive collective action on safeguarding the planet, empowering people, and shaping new frontier. And the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle Green Initiative that is sponsored by Prince Mohammed bin Salman is a proof point that we're walking the talk.
And let's get back to the topic in hand, because as you quite rightly say, it's an ecosystem. It all needs to work together. Of course, our topic here today is talking about trees, and we know that they're one of the biggest ways, as well as our peat bogs, to trap that carbon as well. So when it comes to climate tech and technology, which is your area of expertise, we're hearing about drones planting trees. We're talking about AI sifting through mountains of data. What disruptive tech is the kingdom focusing on that's going to be part of the solution to these problems that we're hearing about here today?
Before I talk about smart trees, Sarah, let's talk about the #1 asset class that is polluting the environment. It's responsible for 30% of the greenhouse emissions and 40% of the energy consumption globally. That is real estate. And this is why Prince Mohammed bin Salman, at the beginning of 2021, announced the line at NEOM, which is the next urban model for the next 150 years, on how we can go back to building cities for people, not cars, with zero emissions and zero carbon and zero cars, while preserving 95% of the environment. This is a proof point that the kingdom is putting billions to advance human with technologies and a disruptive urban model. On smart trees, I remember clearly, we announced 2 years back the National Technology Development Program. And one of the few startups that emerged from this program is called Voxel, which is basically a startup by Abdullah Abul Khail, because I promise I'm going to mention his name on stage today, which is basically specializes in seed planting drones. And they were able to perfect the technology to an extent. We're doing it today in the natural reserve of Imam Turki bin Abdullah, in which they can plant 3 hectares every 10 minutes. These are live examples and proof points of how we are once again walking the talk on the green agenda.
And we're hearing about the afforestation, deforestation, desertification, how tech energy can be used in that. And also you're in favor of wind and solar. So how can all this climate tech come together and how quickly can we bridge this gap? Because you said, no, we're not going to do it right now, but how quickly, what timelines do you see?
I have a mandate from His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman for the kingdom to be not only a regional but a global leader in the convergence of the space, green, and digital economy. And I'll share with you one example. So in 2016, at the beginning of Vision 2030, we realized that random farming was contributing to desertification, which, by the way, not only impacts Saudi Arabia, it impacts 2/3 of the planet. So this is one of the major sources of emissions, and leveraging satellite imagery with artificial intelligence and computer vision, we were able to identify how we could stop random farming and reduce emissions. But more importantly, we were able to save 3 years worth of natural water resources by conserving them into one, because this is how much waste the random farming was delivering to us.
I said it in the previous panel, I'm going to say it again. We're relying on all this technology. We're saying it's going to be the answer, but is it actually going to work?
The short answer, once again, is yes. Because the kingdom is committed, with the leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, to becoming the global leader that can deliver, because of our competitive advantage, the most economical green photons to green electrons to green hydrogen. And let's remember that green hydrogen is the only end-to-end green solution that can energize things that cannot be powered by a lithium battery. And this is why, in partnership with Aquapower and Air Products, in NEOM, we're investing $5 billion. And let me wrap it up by sharing with you a story. 2 years back, I told you about the National Technology Development Program. The original fund was at $250 million. When I presented this to His Royal Highness, he was challenging me on the business case. And when he looked at the priority sectors, he did not see one of the top 3 elements, climate tech. And he said to me, I'll make for you a deal. If you put climate tech on top of the agenda, I'm going to double the fund for you. And we've doubled on that, and we're doubling down on safeguarding the planet, empowering people, and safeguarding the planet once again by shaping new frontiers on green tech, by focusing on science, on technology, on a disruptive business model called the circular carbon economy.
Well, Your Excellency, thank you so much for sharing those great examples and the depth of your knowledge in this area. His Excellency Abdullah Al Swaha, Minister of Communication and Information Technology, thank you so much for joining us today.
It has been a pleasure. Thank you.
And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next session. And in line with what we were saying, give to nature and nature gives back. The business case for that circular economy that we were talking about. I'd love to welcome to the stage Marshall Saud Al-Shalan. She is the founding partner of Eon Strategy and her panel.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello, everyone. Give to nature and nature gives back. We have brilliant panelists, hopefully today, that will shed some light on how to make the business case for a circular bioeconomy. Engineer Amr Madani, CEO of the Royal Commission for Al-Ula from Saudi Arabia, my other Saudi counterparts, welcome.
Pleasure to be here.
Mr. Majdi Batato, the Executive Vice President and Head of Operations at Nestle, welcome.
Thank you.
And Renat Huberger, co-founder and CEO of South Pole. Welcome, everyone. So when we say the circular bioeconomy, what do we mean? I'd like to put the definition out there so that we're all on the same page. In its simplest of definitions, it's an economy that's powered by nature, using renewable natural capital to transform and manage our land, food, health, and industrial systems with the goal of achieving sustainable well-being in harmony with nature. So it's from this point that I'd like to remind everyone that our region has already experienced up to 2.4 degrees C in warming, sometimes feeling like it's an increase of up to 5 degrees C in several Gulf cities due to a coupling of temperature increases with an increase in humidity. So these changes in the heat index, as well as an increase in air pollution, highlight the need to consider pathways to address these issues, as well as any associated health implications. Once perceived through the lens of vulnerability of climate change, coupled with a clear opportunity for the kingdom to act and succeed, given its own set of endowments, it's only natural that the kingdom is embarking on its own neutrality journey, one that's inclusive of biological consideration, and one that puts us in a safer operating space within our planetary boundaries. The kingdom chooses to do so because it's our moral obligation to lead and collaborate, as well as rising to meet clear opportunities and hopefully reap their benefits. In line with the kingdom's neutrality commitment, then, Engineer Amr, I might ask you this. What does the Royal Commission for Al-Ula play, and what role does it envision itself playing in contributing to achieving neutrality, a circular bioeconomy, and meeting its targets within ecosystem restoration?
Thank you very much. Just such a pleasure to be here discussing one of the most profound agendas for the world today. The country's leadership has already set a clear framework for ecosystem restoration. And with the vision of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi Green Initiative has already committed the country to reach a net zero carbon emission by 2060. And we in Al-Ula are committed and aiming to reduce our emissions by 270 metric ton annually through a circular carbon economy approach, among many other initiatives that are currently at play. A circular bioeconomy is essentially an economy empowered by nature. And if we look today at Al-Ula, the culture oasis and its current state demonstrate clearly why a circular carbon economy and sustainable practices are must-do today for this oasis to revive its vibrancy that ever sustained commercial, trade, and cultural activities for thousands of years. And by the way, it's not a coincidence that Al-Ula has sustained many civilizations for thousands of years today. It used to be a vibrant oasis that produced the breathing and bedrock for creative, sustainable interaction between human and nature. And we are committed through our master plan to free the oasis from the negative effects that disruptive infrastructure and land uses have resulted in impeding that growth to continue. And we do this through multiple initiatives. And for us, going green is not really a choice. It's the only way for Al-Ula actually to survive and grow. Energy being one of the most essential aspects of going green, we're working already on our solar and renewable energy complex, which will be producing in excess of 500 megawatt to support our current power demand growth by 2035. We're also integrating with the national grid to make sure that any generated excess energy that is sustainable is to flow through the sustainable grid. Today, our landscape and heritage are the most important and critical assets of our business model. And for us, we are committed to not only protect these assets, but also regenerate what needs to be regenerated for them to be enjoyed for many generations to come. And sometimes the seed to regeneration can actually be actual seeds. We're now constructing our seed bank and nursery to be in full production with 600,000 seedlings by 2023, which will satisfy our ecological restoration and landscape growth program. But that initiative as well will certainly provide a knowledge base for us to understand flora and fauna in depth and continue this restoration for years to come. Nature, as we all know, is a movement of many interconnected forces, and all living things have struck a balance on how to work with each other. That balance, once challenged or lost, causes ecosystem to deteriorate. That deterioration of ecosystem has driven away many of the beautiful species and creatures that once roamed Al-Ula's mountains. You all remember 2 weeks ago, we announced the birth of the Arabian leopard cub in our breeding center in Taif. That small news has sent a huge wave of optimism for a population of Arabian leopard that is not more than 200 known today to the world. But where is that leopard today in Taif is not important. What's important is for the Arabian leopard to roam back again in its natural surroundings through the nature reserve corridors that the national system of nature reserves, including Al-Ula and all surrounding nature reserves, will offer. And once the Arabian leopard is back in nature, it will be a crown jewel evidence of balance.
Fantastic.
Today, the theme of this talk is give to nature, and nature gives back. We truly believe that in Al-Ula. We believe that the more we invest in our people, our environment, and our ecosystem restoration, the higher the returns, both socially and economically. Going green is the only way for us to preserve and advance and protect Al-Ula's legacy, and we're surely committed to do so.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for giving us a bit of insight into what you're doing in Al-Ula. I'm really excited to come and visit in the next few months. So thank you. Then we jump straight to you, Mr. Batato. Nestle, and your role within Nestle as head of operations, an agro-based company, means that you oversee the procurement of ingredients, commodities, and equipment, as well as setting standards for responsible sourcing. You work at ranges from the big farms to the mom-and-pop farm. How would you frame an imaginary negotiation between Nestle and nature to achieve a circular bioeconomy? And how can you really ensure that you're striking a win-win deal?
Thank you, Mrs. Mashal. Thank you for having me here. Great day so far, a great initiative. So when we signed 2 years ago the pledge to become carbon neutral by 2050, we squeezed ourselves, and during 1 year we worked hard for a roadmap. And we published this a year ago. And when we published that roadmap a year ago for carbon neutrality, we realized actually that 2/3 of what matters to us is not under our direct control. Because indeed, it's in the upstream part of the value chain, is in agriculture. It's with Mother Earth. And that's very important. And a food company like ours is really in the middle of putting biodiversity and climate change together, as was mentioned in the previous panel on biodiversity by their excellencies. And to summarize it also what Dr. Lambertini said, in the director of WWF, he said it's carbon neutral and nature positive. And this is exactly what we are trying to do in Nestle. So what we are looking at is regeneration, and more specifically, and Mr. Amr mentioned it, regenerative agriculture. And regenerative agriculture, we made bold commitments to be able to buy half of our ingredients that we use worldwide, and this is massive. We're talking 28 million tons per year. Half of it we committed by 2030 that these ingredients will come from regenerative agriculture practices. What are those? This is giving back to nature. This is about protecting the soil. Soil is at the heart of regenerative agriculture. This is about sharing best practices with farmers, and you said it, we have smallholder farmers and we have big farmers. We directly work with more than 1 million farmers. So this is about not preaching. We are humble and we are learning. And we also embed a lot of practices that farmers do. This is about cover crops, multi-cropping. Also, we have a very strong agenda on forestation. planting trees to sink in carbon, to reduce carbon. And this is where you see that biodiversity, multi-cropping, and also nature comes together. And this helps us. So if I had to have this imaginary contract with the Mother Nature, is to say, we respect you, and we listen to you, and how can we give you back for you to give us back? Because we are at the heart of changing food systems. We talked this morning about energy systems and transition of energy systems. It's important also to transition food systems. To be able to feed 9 billion people by 2050, we have no other choice, but also evolving food systems. And that's key for us, and key not only for us as a business, but key for the planet and key for humanity.
Absolutely, and we thank you for leading the pathway in these types of negotiations. But as we all know, it requires a lot of funding and financing to be backing it up. So maybe I'll jump to you, Renat, in the closing, specifically about a tough question when it comes to financing these kinds of transitions. So while it could be argued that biodiversity is the true engine of the circular bioeconomy, and we've been reminded equally earlier that there needs to be advances in technologies and innovation. You need to invest in some today to be able to reap the benefits tomorrow, and not too far off tomorrow, I may add. All while harnessing and disseminating ancestral knowledge. So in your role in turning climate action into long-term business opportunities for your client, how would you nudge the needed finances in the transition to a circular and clean economy, one that has within it the promise of superior financial returns, particularly when the deployment of some needed patient capital today is essential for reaping the benefits of ecosystem regeneration tomorrow? So, off to you.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much for having me. Great pleasure to be on this conference. The answer to your question, actually, in my view, is quite simple. We have to accept the scientific reality. Climate change is happening, and biodiversity is at risk. And we have to start really embracing the notion that when you think climate, when you think biodiversity, you don't think, oh my God, this is costing me a lot of money. You should start thinking opportunity, business. And as we heard this morning from many speakers, the Gulf region and Saudi Arabia in particular are so well placed to harvest the fruit of the transition. For example, by the abundance of renewable energy, but of course also by the potential of regenerating vegetation, which you might think, how is this possible in a desertified country? But actually it is possible. Now, what is the most important ingredient to make that happen? In my view, also that answer is quite simple. Ecosystem services need a price. As soon as you are getting money as a farmer when you sequester carbon, that makes you engage in a long-term business plan. As soon as you're getting money for every ton of CO2 you absorb in a mangrove restoration, you get a business case. And my company, South Pole, that's exactly what we do. We are one of the world's largest developer of projects. And the good news I can tell you, we are doing this since 15 years. We've already done nearly 1,000 projects around the globe. This mechanism actually works. We don't have to reinvent it. It's already here, ready to be scaled. So what you mentioned, the long-term patient capital. Mm-hmm. I can tell you right now, there is an abundance of capital which is seeking for interest, it's seeking for opportunities, it wants to get exposure. We have to create the deals, the bankable deals, where ecosystem services have a price to unlock those funds. And I would like to invite all of you, the Saudi Green Initiative, I'm so proud to be here at this inaugural event. If we are able, for example, in Saudi Arabia, to put a price on every ton we restore with mangroves or other species, there is a global market right now scaling very fast to actually put a price on the carbon in forms of carbon credits. We're working with about 3,000 companies who have net zero targets, climate neutral targets. Those companies are looking for such investment opportunities. So I conclude by saying, It's actually all here. It's actually all right on the table. We only need to package those deals, ensure the legal framework is there for that money to be unlocked to now really finance the transition and really get going.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. I'd like you all to join me in thanking the panel. I hope they made the business case for the circular bioeconomy, and thank you again for participating.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shukran.
And indeed, Masha, thank you so much for that wonderful panel. Thank you all. Very inspiring there. And we're all going to be looking for that abundance of capital. It's about getting the right projects, but as we heard there, yes, the right projects will get funding. So it's an exciting time without a doubt. We're going to take a focus now and really be looking on the role of cities. And we're all pretty much very used to cities. A lot of people spend their lives in them. A lot more people will spend more time in cities, and they will get bigger. They will continue to play a huge role in our lives. And really, it's about how do we accommodate more people, again, when there is a danger that emissions will grow, and also add to the climate concerns. So yes, we want to live better lives and we want to live in smarter cities, but also we need to make sure that we're doing it responsibly. So for our keynote now on the role of cities in building sustainable societies, I'm very delighted to welcome the CEO of the Royal Commission for Riyadh City here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Please give a very warm welcome for His Excellency, Fahad Al-Rashid.
Thank you so much. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. To our friends all over the globe, welcome to our capital, Riyadh. We are all here, in a sense, optimists, because we believe in a better future, and we are here to do something about it. So I'm honored to be here with you today. I'm actually beyond honored. I am proud. Proud to be part of this transition in the kingdom. Proud of the bold way in which we are contributing to combating climate change and helping the world make its transition to clean energy. This transition cannot be done without bold action, without engaged leadership. In the kingdom, we get that leadership from our Crown Prince. I personally witness in every project that I'm involved in throughout the kingdom, his engagement, his force of nature on the issues of nature. In every project, he reminds us that economic development cannot come at the expense of the environment. And we are all here today because of the Crown Prince's total commitment to combating climate change. Of course, it's fair when we talk about combating climate change to talk about cities, since cities contribute and produce not only 80% of the world's GDP, but also 2/3 of its greenhouse emissions. And Riyadh is no different. His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, our Crown Prince, and my boss, the Chairman of the Royal Commission of Riyadh City, announced this morning the launch of the Riyadh Sustainability Strategy, which aims for Riyadh to be one of the most sustainable cities in the world by 2030. I am here to shed some light on the strategy, but before I do, allow me to give you a short history of Riyadh. It starts as a vast desert, and I'm a student of urban history. Cities throughout history, and in general, are typically built around great bodies of water. It's rivers, if you want to have an agricultural economy. And it's sea if you want to do trade or do fishing. Deserts, in general, are harsh environments, and it's hard to make a living in them. So why build a city here? Yet, marks of civilization in all our archaeological findings are found here from 700 BC, 2,700 years ago. Why? An individual or a family born here can make their way north for educational opportunities, can go east for a fishing economy, can go west to Mecca and Medina for trade or religious services, and even south for agriculture. Yet, many of them stayed. And even those that left came back. But why? Even as Bedouin tribes, we fought others and each other for this land. Why? In my search for answers, the ultimate truth is, it's love. It's love for this land. We love this land. Its scorching sun, for us, is a source of boundless energy. Its dark skies, a tranquility blanket. Its morning serenity and its endless horizons. It's just a promise for a new journey. We literally consider its dunes and rocks and mountains as an abode to our identity. Because of the love of this land and our attachment to it, our forefathers made this vast desert in the past millennia into a center of commerce, linking east of the Arabian Peninsula to its west. They even did something more incredible. This vast desert became the source of the food basket of the region. That's why we call it simply the oasis, or Al Riyadh. We didn't stop there. In fact, over the past century, we transformed the city. Its population exploded from 150,000 just in 1950 to almost 8 million people today. Its economy grew to be one of the 44th largest economy in the world. Unfortunately, and although we used the best master planners, the best architects, we developed the city with less and less attention to the environment. We unintentionally chose economic development over the land we loved. But it was a mistake made by many cities around the world. This young nation is on the move. We have a young population with boundless ambition and boundless energy. And under the leadership of the Crown Prince, this city plans to move from the 44th largest city economy in the world to top 10 in just 10 years. Yet, we can't keep on doing what we did before. And here, the views of the Crown Prince are very clear again. Economic growth cannot come at the expense of the environment. In fact, our growth must come in tandem with the environmental sustainability and ecological preservation. Herein lies the true north of our Riyadh sustainability strategy. We must be a global steward of environmental preservation and a global economic powerhouse driven by resource conservation. It will not be cheap. but we have made it a priority anyway. In fact, it is a $92 billion program. It's an investment in Riyadh's sustainability and, more importantly, in its future. It's a whole new era, an exciting one with a green economy at its core. It will create 360,000 jobs, green jobs, and represent a $40 billion investment by the private sector. These are not numbers I'm throwing around. In fact, more than 50% of this investment has already been committed. This very ambitious vision was transformed or translated into a full sustainability strategy with 68 initiatives focused on climate action, energy production and efficiency, air quality, water management, waste management, biodiversity, and ecological preservation. Of course, we do recognize the challenges that we will have in achieving these ambitious plans. Therefore, we have outlined 7 enablers: urban planning, technological innovation and resilience, green finance, citizen action and awareness, social justice, environmental collaboration, policy making, and regulation. Today, I want to share just a short glimpse of those plans. Now, I'm actually worried because every time we share numbers with His Royal Highness, he challenges us, he pushes us forward. So I'm worried about saying these numbers and then he will push us right after. So I want to share very quickly and I want to leave the stage. Firstly, we want to address climate change by reducing emissions and ensuring resource conservation. This will be achieved through the following. We will increase the share of renewables in the city from our production of power to 50% by 2030. We will increase the share of public transport in the city from 5% today, which is very low by global standard, to 20%. We will mandate that 30% of all our vehicles in the city be electric vehicles by 2030. We will transform the way we conserve our most precious resource, water, by making sure we treat every drop of it. We will also manage waste by ensuring that 100% of our waste is used, recycled, recovered, and of course, reused. As a result of this, our carbon emissions will be dropped by 50% by 2030. Secondly, in terms of quality of life, we will be one of the world's most livable cities. Through the Riyadh Sustainability Strategy, we aim to plant 15 million trees. We will make sure that every citizen in the city has their own tree. This $8 billion project will increase the per capita share of green space from 1.7 to 28 square meters per capita, and deliver more than 3,300 neighborhood parks and 43 city parks, all irrigated, of course, with treated water. Thirdly, we're focused on ecological preservation. We're going to protect and promote biodiversity covering flora and fauna. More than 200 species, many of them endangered today, will be protected under these plans. To do this, we have to protect the natural areas around the city and, frankly, limit the city's sprawl. In fact, we have already started and preserved more than 2,000 kilometers of land around the capital to ensure that we protect the land we love. The city of Riyadh understands that building for a bright future doesn't simply mean creation. It also means preservation. We will lead, we will fulfill our global responsibilities, and we will protect our beloved land for us and for future generations. I could not be prouder to be sharing this journey here with you today. Thank you for being with us.
thank you, Your Excellency, for telling us about your ambitious plans for Riyadh. As someone who lived here as a child, I'm excited to see the future of this wonderful city. My name is Mina Al-Arabi. I'm the editor-in-chief of The National, coming here from Abu Dhabi, and I'm delighted to moderate this conversation with our two distinguished panelists. Maimouna Mohammed Sharif is Executive Director of UN Habitat and Undersecretary General of the UN, and Eric Upton, who is CTO and CSO of Ericsson. Thank you both for being here. So we're talking about sustainable cities. We know that more than half of the world's population live in cities, and that urbanization will only continue to increase. So as we try to plan for a sustainable future, what will it take? And that's what we're here to discuss. So I want to start with you, Maimouna, please, because of course not all cities are equal. Some are prosperous, some are small, some are big, etc. And some suffer from the problems of having slums. So at UN Habitat and with your experience, how do we approach a more sustainable future for cities?
Thank you very much, Mina, and I would also thank you to the government of Saudi Arabia for inviting me for this Saudi Green Initiative. Yes, let me give some statistics. Yeah, I think from what we heard from this morning about the climate change, climate action, climate emergency, all of this will happen in cities, will happen in human settlement, either is it rural or small cities. As you said, there is a different level of cities. And cities now house more than half of the global population. So by 2050, more than 70% of the global population will live in cities. And cities is also known as an engine of growth. Why? Because they also provide more than 70% of GDP. And they also consume 70% of the energy, at the same time, give out 70% of the carbon emission. But not all cities are the same. And why? Because if you see that it's globally, there are, if the cities are well managed and well planned, then it won't happen urban sprawl, poverty, which link to the lack of basic services, such as water, electricity, sanitation, flooding, or poor in terms of the education. And at the same time, it is also due to the opportunity between cities. And this is also important to say that is even now, 800 million of the people still living in slum. Yeah. So what we need to do is that we have to look into the very basic reason why this thing happened. For UN Habitat, we look at that one of the reasons is that poverty. There is a global north and global south. And poverty is one of the problem. And I think all this while we are trying to solve the symptom of the inequality, but not the problem, the root of the problem. So I think poverty is one of the things that is very, very important. We have to look into the integrated planning, integrated solution to alleviate people from the poverty. Once they are out from the poverty, they can have education, basic services, healthy food, and then they can enjoy the culture and the public spaces. So I think this is very, very important for us to have, I would like to say here, to have the integrated approach. We heard about that from the Royal Highness this morning. Integrated approach to link between climate action, climate change, and the sustainable urbanization, sustainable development, implementation of the new urban agenda that was committed by all the member states in 2016 in Ecuador, in Quito, and also to implement and at the same time localization of the Sustainable Development Goal, the 17th Sustainable Goal. So, but cities is the hub of the innovation. So we need to also to look into the positive and the negative. And COVID-19 is already shown to us the weaknesses and also the opportunities of what cities can bring through innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to come to what we learned from COVID-19, but before I do, Eric, I wanted you to pick up on this point that there's going to be rapid urbanization. we want a more sustainable future, but at the same time, there is the digitization and digital transformation that we're all living. So how do you bring those together, and what technological opportunities are there to do that?
Yeah, thank you, Mina. And also Maimuna here. There's a very clear explanation of why cities are the innovation hub so much of what we're doing. And to your point, Mina, the digital infrastructure is really at the core of that. Digital infrastructure meaning mobile broadband with 4G LTE, with 5G, of course it's phones, but it's also sensors, as we heard His Royal Highness mention this morning when it comes to connecting meters in people's homes. Millions of meters with 4G LTE technology. That becomes part of the way to change behaviors, and of course a new digital infrastructure on top of which we can build more applications. We can innovate on top of that. But in fact, if you look at where this is happening around the world now, we have mobile broadband being built out in Northeast Asia, very advanced. We have North America, but then it's the GCC here, where we have the same kind of drive when it comes to adopting the latest technology. And if you adopt the latest technology, 5G in this case, then you have the chance also to innovate when it comes to smart meters, smart transportation, smart logistics, smart education, smart hospitals and so forth, and all of course powered by that digital infrastructure. So I think that's really where we are. That some cities are pushing ahead, investing enough in terms of digital infrastructure, others are perhaps falling behind or not taking these early investments.
Digital infrastructure and physical infrastructure. Comment on that.
Yeah, I would like to comment on the infrastructures. I think by 2050, the infrastructure is needed by 2050. 70% of the infrastructure is needed by 2050 is not built yet. So now we've seen the outside, all the expos, all the exhibit. We have to rethink now when we talk about green building, green energy, green living. We have to rethink what type of infrastructure that we need to build. This is the opportunity now, so that we won't make another, I wouldn't say it's another mistake in the future. So I think this is the time for us to do the rethinking. And we talk about the innovation, as Eric's mentioned, that is, I would like also to bring here, when I mentioned about 800 million people still living in slum, and 50%, about 50% of the global population still offline. So where can we put the balance between the vulnerable communities and also the people who are fortunate? So I think we need to look into where we are putting in the resources and the resources and also the capacity. I used to say that when it comes to the resources and capacity, I used to mention about the software and the hardware. The hardware is that maybe Eric can provide all those systems and all those the tools, but the software is that the capacity, the knowledge, and also the lesson learned from the cities or from the city leaders. Do they have the knowledge to manage and also to use the system or the technologies and innovation that are available? I think this is very, very important for us to be balanced between hardware and software.
And to your point about city leaders learning from best practices and knowing what actually works for them. Eric, I want to turn to you about this COVID-19 point, because in some ways this terrible pandemic has pushed and accelerated certain trends. So what lessons can we learn that can help us enforce or enable greater sustainable development, especially the role of cities in that?
Well, I think the world has accelerated its understanding of the importance of digital infrastructure when it comes to remote learning, education as one example. But of course, every sector of society has now become aware and taken plans to accelerate their own journey. So I think this goes across sectors. We have probably accelerated by a number of years, 2 to 3 years on a global basis. And in some cases, not the least in cities, this has a potential to accelerate by more than 2 to 3 years. So I think this is really happening. People are changing their behavior, and I think that even though we go back to a hybrid mode in most part of the world very soon, we will take with us this digital behavior, and that has a possibility to change a lot more when it comes to all the sectors, but also sustainability. So I think you're right, Amona, here when it comes to the kind of the physical or the hardware side and the people side. We need to combine the change of behaviors, which now are sort of happening for real through the last 2 years, and the infrastructure. Because if you don't build that infrastructure first, there is no chance to change behaviors, there's no chance to innovate on top of that platform. I think one important fact here is that I keep coming back to mobile broadband. Here in Saudi, in KSA, but also in GCC in general, we will see 5G being rolled out to around 75% of the smartphones, of the endpoints already by 2025. So having the leadership, being early in rolling this out, will of course pave the way for all these other changes in society.
Okay, we're about to run out of time, so very quickly I'm going to ask you both one question, which is, what is the one big opportunity you see to elevate the role of cities in sustainable development?
We have to make our cities right. Cities for all. When we mention leaving no one and no place behind, we really have to manage. We really have to prepare, as I said, the integrated plan, whether is it vertically or horizontally, and we have to act now. I think this is very important. We have to go beyond dialogue. Then I would like to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We will be putting in the Saudi Green Initiative with all the indicators, and even mention, please check on us next year. So I think this is very, very important for us to see, to put into policy, into action, into impact, and then see how we can localize whatever at the local action. And we need to include communities. We need to include young people and the children. Because I used to say that it's think local. Meaning that you have to know your local situation. Act global. Maybe you can come to UNBTED for help, because we are also the technical advisors. We have the technical SPs. But when you learn from us, learn global, then you go back to the city and apply local.
That's great.
And then we share with the best practices among the other countries. So to me, act now. The time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric.
Yeah, I think that through the work that we've done, for example, in the exponential roadmap, basically, what do we need to do to take us down to halving of the CO2 emissions by 2030 and following that trajectory? Digital can actually take out about 1/3 of that. So 15% globally until 2030, so 1/3 of the halving. And I think that what we've learned now in this digital acceleration through the pandemic is that that should probably happen before 2030. So I'm very hopeful that if we follow the plans, if we roll out the infrastructure, the new technology, the new digital infrastructure, we can actually accelerate our targets according to the exponential roadmap.
Thank you both very much. Please thank our panelists for their insights.
And thank you so much. A great panel there, really looking at the future of cities, looking at smart cities, inclusion for all, and indeed, more importantly, leave nobody behind. Absolutely essential there that we look at this. And once again, a big thanks for our keynote speaker there, also from Fahad Al-Rashid, really passionate in terms of what's going on in Riyadh. So much to do, so little time to do it, and there's a tremendous urgency around it. So there's an urgency for you to go to lunch. I know that. Thank you all so much for being with us for this morning. We have had just a big content-rich morning. I know we've given you so much information. I want to thank you for your patience, your engagement. We have an equally information-led and content-rich afternoon for you. So please take the time, go visit the gallery, meet some colleagues, make some new friends, maybe do a little bit of business. But please, please be back here at 2:30. We're going to have an opportunity to talk to the CEO of Saudi Aramco and also Total Energies. And then I have a tremendous panel of energy ministers from around the world. And we have a great lineup for the afternoon. So please, I'm looking forward to seeing you back. But 2:30 sharp, we will start. Thank you so much, and have a great lunch, and thank you for joining us, everybody.
you.